Last 40 years, at least 20 of those years, Cuomo has been in the governor's mansion, and now we see Andrew Cuomo running for New York City mayor. We're right here in the Siegfried Ballroom, where the campaign is having its watch party, but festivities have either not started or have not picked up yet because the ballroom is still empty, and we'll start seeing more people come in throughout the night. As you mentioned at the top, polls close at 9 p.m. here in New York City, so New Yorkers are still casting their votes for who will be their next mayor. Back to you.
All right, Luis, thank you for that. And David, what's the latest with the Sliwa campaign?
Yeah, hey Tiffany. So we're here at the Arte Cafe, which is Curtis Sliwa's election party, watch party. So it's an Italian restaurant right across from Central Park in the Upper West Side. So Curtis is expected to arrive around 8:30. Right now, it's just camera crews and his support team inside. So these past few days, Curtis has been on his election blitz, doing interviews and walking throughout the city to speak to voters. So most people, his voters, say that he's likable and he knows the city because of his background. So Curtis is the Republican mayoral candidate, and he's the founder of Guardian Angels, which is a nonprofit crime prevention group that he started back in back when he was 24. So this sets him apart in that sense. And that red beret that he's always seen wearing, that's what the members of Guardian Angels wear. So his campaign message is one of public safety and community. Tiff?
All right, David, thank you. And David Lamb, Luis Martinez, and Chris Bob will be checking back in with all three of you later this evening. And Steve, it does look like we'll have some data soon from those Virginia races, so over to you.
Yes, we are expecting those results at any moment now. But first, let's go to NTD's Jack Bradley, who's in Virginia Beach, covering all three races in Virginia for us. So, Jack, break down what you're seeing so far in Virginia.
Well, Steve, first off, we're seeing that these races here in Virginia are not just going to impact Virginia voters, but the rest of the country, as it could be a good indicator of next year's midterms and also voter sentiment for President Trump's first 10 months in office in his second term. Granted, Virginia has been leaning for more Democrat presidential candidates over recent elections. Now, off to the governor's race, we have Democrat Abigail Spanberger. She is a three-term congresswoman, and she's ended this year so she could run for governor, and she's ran on the economy, speaking out against Doge cuts and also anti-tariffs. Now, her Republican challenger is the current Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears, and she's running on a campaign of keep a good thing going after 4 years of Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin. Now, she's been campaigning also on the economy, social issues, as well as public safety. Take a look.
We need a governor who will speak up when careless, chaotic, reckless economic policies out of Washington hurt our economy.
She wants to put us back in something called the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which means they're going to tell you what kind of stove you can buy, and it's only electric. They're going to tell you what car you can drive, and it's only electric.
Polls have shown Spanberger with a strong lead the entire campaign season, and that's not surprising, as for decades, Virginia has voted for the candidate of the opposing party for governor, then the president, because their election takes place always a year after the presidential election. Back to you.
Jack, either way this goes, Virginia will see its first female governor, but the down ballot race for state attorney general is looking much tighter. Is it possible the state could have a split ticket?
It's definitely possible here, because if we do see Democrat Abigail Spanberger become governor, the race for attorney general being this tight with the current incumbent attorney general, Republican Jason Meier, taking that would be the first time in 2 decades that we see a mixed executive branch here in Virginia in terms of parties. Now, as for his challenger, Democrat Jay Jones, he's been dropping in polls in recent weeks after text messages back in 2022 he sent came to light when he was a House delegate. At the time, those messages, he wished for the assassination of then House Speaker and his children. Now, Jones has since apologized, and Meier is looking to win over Democrat voters, not just Republicans, to split their ticket and vote for him as well, looking at his past 4 years as Attorney General and his issues on public safety. Take a look.
I am ashamed. I am embarrassed. And I'm sorry. I cannot take back what I said. But you have my word that I will always be accountable for my mistakes.
All of the areas of federal and state local law department, how can they ever take you seriously, be the top prosecutor, knowing that you view that children should die to advance a political agenda?
Then there's the race for lieutenant governor. We have Democrat Ghazala Hashmi and also Republican John Reed, and that right now is a toss-up. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Polls have just closed, so we're seeing the results come in. And for the tighter races, though, like Attorney General, it may take a little bit longer until we're definitely certain on those unofficial results as they come in. Back to you, Steve.
NTD's Jack Bradley standing by at the Meier's watch party there in Virginia Beach. We'll be checking back in with Jack throughout the night. Right now, we're going to head over to New Jersey, where NTD's Mariotsu and Jason Blair are on the ground covering the governor's race. Mari, let's start with you. You've been tracking the Republican nominee, Jack Ciattarelli's campaign. You were also at his election eve rally last night. What is the feeling like, and what are you hearing?
Steve, good evening to you. Yes, we're here at Bridgewater, the Marriott, where Jack Ciattarelli's election watch party is set to start at 8 p.m. And all eyes are on this New Jersey governor's race, especially after President Trump endorsed Jack Ciattarelli last month and held an election eve tele-rally for him last night. Now, this is Ciattarelli's third attempt for that governor seat, and a main focus of his platform this time is affordability in this high-tax state. Let's take a look now at what Ciattarelli's told us last night at their last rally before the election. Watch.
Feeling really good. It's my old hometown. The energy's been great. We're going to win tomorrow. We need a Jersey guy. My opponent's not even from New Jersey. We've had enough of that. Let's elect somebody who's from New Jersey, someone who knows what's going on, and somebody who knows how to fix it.
My father's my role model. He's my rock. He's my best friend. It's been tough being away from him for 8 months. But seeing everything that he's doing from that far away and being able to be here for the finish line, it's a great feeling. He's an incredibly genuine man. He's patient, and he listens. I think that's one of the most important things that draws people to him.
And while New Jersey typically leans blue, in 2021, Ciattarelli actually got very close to winning. He only lost to Governor Murphy by 3 points. And then in 2024, there was this huge shift towards President Trump. And President Trump is now calling this election the, quote, biggest in the nation, saying that the entire country is watching New Jersey. Steve, back to you.
Certainly a huge shift in the 24 election for the Republican President Trump. So we'll see. We'll keep a close eye on that race tonight. I'll be checking back in with you, Mari, throughout the evening. And Jason, you're following Democratic nominee Mikey Sherrill's campaign in New Jersey. Tell us more about Sherrill coming into this election.
Yes, Steve. So Democrat Governor hopeful Mikey Sherrill is currently serving her fourth term in Congress as a rep for New Jersey. She has former President Barack Obama's backing for this race, and she would be, if elected, the second female governor in the state's history. Now, New Jersey does have a history of voting blue, and shockingly, the state has been
have a big lead on one side or the other. What are the counties to watch?
Well, we do have data for a few counties. Statewide, we just have a slight Democrat lead here, just a couple thousand votes. Again, very early in the night, 0% votes in. That might just be rounded down to zero. But anyway, the counties that we have some data on, some Republican strongholds down here, Grayson County, business as usual. We're seeing a 69-point advantage for the Republican. Again, only 2% in, but nothing shocking just yet. That's pretty much what you would expect, those big margins out in Republican country. Because again, Trump carried this area by a lot, and so did Youngkin. So it's vital that they get that. Now, I mean, you could swing out a little further. Again, you're seeing margins. This is Henry County. You're seeing 39-point margins back in 2021 when Youngkin won the state, and right now, 50-point margins. That could just start to stabilize a little lower as the night goes on. But again, this is Republican country, so we're just seeing some pretty standard things as we start to get some votes and something to work with tonight.
And given the numbers trickling in right now, how is this comparing to last year, which was a general election, and when might we have a better sense of who is leading?
Yeah, exactly. So right now, I mean, it's just so early to tell. You can't really get any of those wins, the electoral wins, and really get a feel for it. I mean, you're talking, look, just statewide, I mean, you only got about 10,000 votes counted so far. So, I mean, that big margin that you're seeing for the Democrat, you can't put too much stock in that statewide roll-up, but we're going to definitely be zooming in on some of these pivot counties. Stafford County, for example, like you look back 4 years ago, and when Youngkin won the state, he won it with 10 points. So it's a very important county. It's very purple because look, last year, 2024's presidential election, you see Kamala Harris just edging out that county with just about a point advantage over President Trump. So that's Harris-Youngkin country. Again, very purpley. Virginia is a very purple state, and we're going to be tracking that because that's just one of those areas that you really have to look at too. Another similar story with James City. Again, Kamala Harris won it, but when Youngkin carried the state, he also carried that by a 5-point margin. So when results start coming in for those counties, we're going to have to keep a close eye on them because they could give us a little bit of an indication as to which way this race is starting to shake out.
Now, as you mentioned, a lot of these are pretty purpley counties, and Jack was saying we might be seeing that split ticket. So where might we see the most purpley counties play out tonight?
Well, like I said, Stafford, James City, those ones, like I said, we have to just wait for that vote count to come in. Again, you're going to have to look at the strongholds too, the Richmond City, right? You're just going to zoom in on this. You have to have big Democrat margins there if you want a Democrat to win the state. Otherwise, things could start to get a little dicey, which we'll go into later. But again, these surrounding areas, you're seeing some Democrat margins. This was basically a red area, but still very purpley, and it's blue now, so we'll have to see.
All right, well, Kevin, thanks for that. We will be checking in with you and the data throughout the night, but let's go now over to NTD's Dave Martin. Dave, it seems this year is an off year, but talk to us about voter turnout. What are the numbers telling us?
Yeah, let's actually start in New York City, where the mayoral race has drawn more than 700,000 early votes already. That's the most ever for a non-presidential election in New York. A lot of attention on this race. Now, we're going to get into the demographics that make up these early voters. But first, let's look at how they vote by age group. Here we go. Choice for New York City mayor of likely voters ages 18 to 29. This is an Atlas poll taken very recently. This is the very past week. 62% favor Zoran Mamdani, the Democrat socialist here, in this age 18 to 29 group. Now, conversely, with the older crowd, same poll here, the 65 and older, though, they really are going for former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, 54%, doubling the amount that Mamdani has here. So the big question is, who showed up then for early voting? Well, let's take a look here. Now, that young crowd here, the share of early voter turnout in this mayoral race, the voters ages 18 to 29, just 16% showed up. That was the lowest of any age group. But I will say, though, last year, just 14% of the young people showed up to vote. So it's actually a good sign, because when the actual vote was tallied, the total vote was tallied, 16% of all voters were in that young crowd. So expect this 16% to go up a little bit higher there too, maybe even up to 18%. Well, what about that 65 and older crowd? 27% of them showed up for the early voting. Now remember, the young voters I just showed you, 16% only. So a very good sign, at least it appears, for former Governor Cuomo. But looking back, this is actually the same amount that voted in the 2024 election. So older voters don't seem to be any more motivated to show up than they were last year, unlike the young voters who are very motivated to show up for Mamdani.
Well, definitely a lot to watch for in New York. I want to look at New Jersey, though, the governor race. There's a lot of focus on that as well. It seems like a significant number of Democrats or registered Democrats, a bigger number, have already voted.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at this. 51% of the early voters in the state of New Jersey were made up of Democrat registered voters. Just 29% were Republicans, 20% others. Now, last year's final vote count was only made up of 42% Democrat. So expect more Republicans to come out today. And it has also been mentioned, there were bomb threats in 7 counties in New Jersey at polling stations today. Some locations opened and then closed and then reopened, but officials noted the threats were not credible. The big question is, will it affect voter turnout?
All right, well, definitely a state to keep an eye on. And Steve, there you have it. I know you have an exciting panel of guests with you, so I'll let you take it away.
That's right, Tiff. And
Odd year election. Many of these races still carry a ton of significance and perhaps a temperature check as to what direction the country is heading. We have the perfect panel with us to help break it all down. Here at the desk, we're joined by James Lindsay, founder of New Discourses, Democratic strategist Madeline Somerville. We're also joined by former Ambassador Carla Sands with the America First Policy Institute and Democratic strategist David Carlucci. It is great to have such a robust panel here. James Lindsay, I'd like to have you kick us off tonight if we could. Many Americans are watching this New York City mayoral race very closely. How could this race indicate the direction of the nation, and maybe if not the nation, the future of the Democratic Party?
You know, that's actually a huge toss-up because Mondami's so radical, right? So it's easy to say, wow, he's out in front, the young people are really behind him, this is the direction the Democratic Party is going to take, but just look at all of the people who are now withdrawing in the Democrats, that are withdrawing their endorsements, that are backing away. It's very unclear what 4 years of an extremely radical Democratic Socialist, which is just code for communist, running the city, what that's going to do. We have every reason to believe that a lot of that has to do in New York with the backlash to President Trump. Well, you put a communist in office and you see what kind of backlash comes the other direction. I think President Trump rode to victory partly on his bravery in calling Kamala Harris a Marxist in the presidential debate. And when people start to see how this really plays out, it might actually end up putting the Democrats in a very bad position for the coming midterm and the next presidential election.
Madeline, how are you reading it?
Well, I think that we have seen a lot of attempts last minute to scramble. With the 60 Minutes interview that we just saw from President Trump, he's saying, let's try to focus as much as we possibly can on getting people to switch from voting for Curtis Sliwa to voting for Cuomo, because he is worried about the direction of the country. I think what's interesting is that the younger crowd doesn't care about the label socialist. I think actually they're more excited about voting for someone who has a label that their parents don't like, right? Because now they get to do something that their parents don't necessarily approve of. It's like, we're okay with that. But ultimately, people just want a change, right? I think right now, the Democratic Party is where MAGA was 10 years ago, begging for something different to happen. And socialism just happens to be the only thing that's on the menu. Democratic socialism, by the way. Nobody's a communist here, just to be clear.
Ambassador Sands, I mean, to Madeline's point, if the young generation doesn't care about the socialist label, is it perhaps to their own peril?
Well, I disagree about what Madeline said, but he's actually said things like, we're going to take the means of production, we're going to confiscate private property. So that is communist Marxism. But this is the Red-Green Alliance. So you have the communists or Marxists combining with the Islamist supremacists. He has said globalize the Intifada. So he is a jihadi. And we've seen what's happened across the UK as they've implemented Sharia courts across the country. And you have Islamist mayors across the UK that have created power areas. And it's caused great distress for the UK citizens that are legal citizens or people that have grown up there and historically English. And I don't like to see this happen across the United States. He's not the only candidate. He's a radical. And it's very unfortunate because what he will do if he's elected is put in more Marxists into the city government and implement his plans as much as he can, even though the governor and the president will probably not be supportive of the most radical ones.
David, you're a native to this area. This must be hitting a little bit closer to home, this race. Talk to us about the state of the Democratic Party. Is it heading to a more socialist direction?
Well, I don't think so. I think what I've heard from some of my friends tonight, it sounds like a revolution, but this is more of just a headline. And we could talk just as easily about Spamberger or Sherrill that are moderate Democrats winning in purple states. And that's the real story here. Tonight, everything on the ballot is trending towards Democrats. In New York City alone, a lot of attention towards Zohran Mamdani. But the fact is, if you take Zohran and Cuomo together, that's over 80% of what the polls are showing. And so Curtis Sliwa, the Republican candidate, is headed towards the worst Republican showing for a mayoral candidate in the history of New York City. So that's the real story tonight. The momentum, the wind is at the Democrats' back.
But is that because there's an independent in the race?
Well, it could be, but what is the
Who actually got the endorsement from the president, basically?
Please tell me more about that. Why is it that you have a Republican candidate that's been vetted through a process in the largest city in the country, and that candidate is not even endorsed by local leaders and the President of the United States? And by the way, this is a habit that I've seen from the president, who likes to cherry pick his candidates. He's also not endorsed the losing candidate in Virginia. And you see that play out in multiple times, where he won't even mention the Republican candidate in Virginia's name in a rally speech. So I think it speaks to the fact that, hey, Democrats, the energy is there. It might not look the same for someone that's not from the city, but I think those issues that are being addressed are about who is going to change the system, who is going to speak to me in terms of affordability, and that's what's on the ballot today in New York City.
James, what is it about democratic socialism? Is it the shiny object? Why do a lot of folks tend to gravitate toward this ideology?
Well, I mean, we just saw that most of the support is coming from young people. And I disagree, Madeline. I'm sorry. Democratic socialism is just communism. It is Lenin's strategy. He called his party, before it was called the Bolsheviks, the Social Democrats. This is a complete historical continuation of the entire program that the Soviet Union ran, which is why you have him saying things like seize the means of production, which is straight out of Karl Marx, which is why you have him saying things like taking private property, that he's interested in controlling the landlords, which has been a very long-running communist program. So what it is that communism it's not an economic policy, it's not a political policy, it is an idealistic ersatz religion that appeals to young people's sense of how things should work, even if they can't work that way in reality. So it's exactly what you did say, Madeline, which is that people just want change, right? And so it was really funny when you said that, because I read recently, early in this year, I read this book called Account Rendered. It's by a woman named Melita Moshman, who got swept up. You said that they want a label that their parents reject, right? We're socialists, we're democratic socialists, our parents reject this. Well, Melita Moshman got swept up into the Hitler Jugend, the Hitler Youth. And she wrote this book, Account Rendered, to talk about why she became a Nazi. And she said that most of the young people in Nazi Germany in the 1930s, early 1930s, got swept up because their conservative parents didn't want them to be socialists. And so it's appealing when you have an idealistic vision, Lance, of how the world could work or should work, except that vision doesn't work. The incentive structures are all wrong. The vision is wrong. The seizing the means of production is actually to seize the means of the production of human beings in society, to transform them into something they can't be, to, in a sense, enter back into Eden in open defiance of God, to speak religiously for a non-religious person. And it doesn't work, and it cannot work. But that doesn't sound like it can't work. It sounds like free buses. It sounds like better circumstances. It sounds like, all these cops that have been busting our chops are going to get out of the way. It sounds idealistic and visionary, and it's something to allow them to rebel against their parents and throw a fit as a teenager. It's just a catastrophe in the making.
Are the kids going to have to fall a few times before they learn to walk?
I hear that. And I agree with you about the vision piece of it, right? So I think the Democrats tend to get it wrong, and I'd love to hear your perspective on this too. The issue about affordability, right? Everyone says he diagnosed the issue correctly and that's why he's so popular. However, I think that swing voters, which is how the president won, don't vote on kitchen table issues. Here's why. Because if it were that simple, then they could pick their candidate easily. The way that each candidate would handle a kitchen table issue is completely different, right? It's totally opposite. What they really want to know is who they can trust. Because people aren't experts about everything. They can't be an expert about the economy and healthcare and all the other issues. So what they're essentially saying is, I trust you to make those decisions for me. And I trust your judgment enough to do that. And so I think that the thing that we're missing here is that people trust him, right? And I think it's because of his authenticity when he speaks. I think that he gave people a vision of the future, right, that they could see themselves in, where their future is easier. They could see their lives in the future. Unlike a lot of candidates from the Democrats in the past, where they were just anti-Trump, this one gave people an inspiration and said, hey, I can see a vision of my future where my life is easier.
I think James had a bone to pick about the authenticity.
Oh man, that smile. Yeah, this guy's an actor. Look, he's a very polished actor, but this is the fakest guy I've ever seen in my entire life. So if young people fall for the sales pitch, there's an old saying in sales, which is sell the dream, somebody else will service the nightmare. They can trust this guy all they want, just like they can trust a used car salesman that's selling them a lemon. But in this case, we're talking about a jihadi communist, so they're going to run into some challenging problems.
I'm sorry, where are we getting jihadi from? The fact that he's a Muslim? That's it. That's it.
Globalize the Intifada is a jihadi statement.
So I'm a Jew, right? And it made me uncomfortable that he refused to denounce it.
No kidding.
And right, of course it did. But I cannot point to a single policy of his, right, if I'm being fair, that points towards him being in any way, what do they call it? Taqiyya.
Yeah, taqiyya. He did it. Well, we're going to unpack. There's a lot to unpack. We do have to take a break right now. We're going to leave it here for a moment. We'll be right back with more coverage of election 2025 right here on NTD. And you're looking live at the watch party of the Republican gubernatorial candidate Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey. Polls closing in the Garden State at 8 p.m. So stay with us.
Silver is the precious metal of the future. Judge Napolitano here. Since 2020, the silver price has risen as much as 190%. Why? In each of the last 4 years, rising demand for solar and electric vehicles alone has put silver supply into a deficit. But now there's another industry. AI, data centers, robots, and quantum computing could require so much silver that silver supplies could be obliterated.
Could silver rise another 190% within 5 years? Find out in this new report, The AI Revolution.
I bought silver and my investment is up 85%. With billions being poured into AI, it makes sense to consider silver.
Call Lear Capital to get your free report, The AI Revolution, and see why it could bring record high silver. And with a qualified purchase, get up to $20,000 in bonus silver. Call 800-885-6000. 800-885-6000. 800-885-6000.
Don't wait. Call now to find out about our Medicare plan.
Why do we have to sit through so many Medicare commercials this time of year? It's endless.
Good question, Edith. I'm glad you asked. We see so many commercials this time of year because it's the only time, other than special circumstances, when Medicare recipients can change their plan for Part C. Original Medicare only covers Parts A and B, but a Medicare Advantage plan has additional benefits that Original Medicare doesn't offer.
So now's the time to fill those spaces?
That's right, Archie. And every year, there are changes to what benefits you may receive from your Part C plan. Call right now to find out what plan best suits your needs.
It's easy, easy, don't delay. Pick up the phone and call today.
Call now for your free Medicare review.
1-833-469-1754. 1-833-469-1754.
You may now return to your regularly scheduled programming.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back in stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings, regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
And you're looking at a live look at the headquarters of Virginia gubernatorial candidate Abigail Spanberger. And welcome back to NTD's special live coverage of Election Night 2025.
If you're just tuning in, polls closed in Virginia about half an hour ago, and polls will close in New Jersey at 8 p.m.
And we have an NTD election update for the races in the state of Virginia. Let's bring those up and take a look. And as you can see on the screen, Virginia's governor's race, Abigail Spanberger leading the Republican Winsome Earl Sears there early in the race with 55.1 to 44.7 with only 11% of the votes in. We'll be following that one closely. And there's a look at the lieutenant governor's race. 52.7 for the Democrat Ghazala Hazmi and 47.1% for John Reed with only 11% of the vote in. And there's the Attorney General's race. This one here, highly anticipated. You can see the gap a little bit smaller with the Democrat just edging out Jason Meier by roughly 1 point barely. Jay Jones there, the Democrat, leading by just a few thousand votes with 11% of the vote in. And meantime, we'll be bringing you the latest election results throughout the night. Make sure you stick with us. Tiff, you're with NTD's Kevin Hogan over at the Election Hub. Help walk us through some of the data.
That's right, Steve. We are going to head over to NTD's Kevin Hogan here. As we just saw with those numbers, it looks like the race is narrowing. Kevin, there's some more numbers coming in since we last talked. So what are these numbers showing you right now? I know it is still early.
Yes, things are always changing. We just bumped up to 17% in, so that's still very early. A commanding lead at this point in the night for the Democrat Abigail Spanberger over Republican Winsome Earl Sears. However, those margins can change. You know, you're watching the Attorney General's race. It's pretty close. The leader can change in a statewide roll-up here, but when we drill down into some of these counties, that's when we start to get a little bit more of an idea of which way the winds are blowing. I mean, now, again, only 7% in Stafford County. This is one of those purpley areas we got to keep watching. As that number gets bigger, we'll start to understand whether or not Winsome Earl Sears can do more of, you know, if she can do more of what Youngkin did in the state and try to bring out a lot of that support. So again, pretty early to tell. We've been looking at some statistics on turnout in the different strongholds for the Democrats and the Republicans. And just at this point, you know, nothing unusual, business as usual. But if we get more votes in, we can start to get an idea of whose supporters are coming out in stronger numbers. But again, now just this Chesterfield being blue, now that's just an interesting thing that we have. Again, no definitive conclusions, about a third of the vote in, but Spanberger with the 14% lead in that county is very interesting because, again, when Youngkin carried the state, he won Chesterfield. That's just right outside Richmond. You know, we're talking capital area. Again, a very competitive zone, but, you know, just right now we just have to kind of let things trickle in.
And which ones would be like the biggest markers of something surprising happening? What are the counties to watch for that?
Well, absolutely. I mean, again, when we get into James City, when this starts pouring in a little bit more, we're gonna understand about the electoral winds here and what's happening under the hood. So these are purpley areas. You know, you keep moving out. You go swing out to some of the Democrat strongholds. Now that margin here, 2.3 points. Again, we look back 4 years ago. I mean, Youngkin won the state. He got 8 points in Virginia Beach, Norfolk. We're gonna look a little closer into Norfolk right here, see if we have some data. Again, 27% in, not many conclusions, but you have a big Democrat margin. That's a good sign. Again, business as usual, just as we look here, but Terry McAuliffe, 35-point margin. So again, those margins are strong. There's no indication just yet that any candidate has any red flags, that there's a big fall short in any which way for some of these strongholds that we're seeing yet.
Now, with the polls closing at 7, when might we have a better sense of, you know, who is cementing that lead?
Well, what we're going to be doing tonight is we're going to crunch all the numbers for you. Again, we're going to drill down to counties, but we're going to look at all of the Democrat and Republican stronghold turnout numbers, and we're going to synthesize all that information. And when we're getting, 50, 70% in, we can maybe get some insights as to whose supporters are coming out in bigger numbers. And again, you're going to swing all the way out here to the Western Virginia, and you're going to start to see, okay, if in Lee County, are those supporters coming out? Are those margins where they need to be, right? Are those vote counts as big as they can be? But again, we factor that all in because we have to look at the state's total election. We have to determine whether or not that is going to be a high turnout or a low turnout election compared to 4 years ago, not the presidential race, but when Youngkin faced off with McAuliffe. And at that point, we're going to start to normalize things and we'll get a little bit more of a sense as to whose turnout is better. Because again, there are two things that determine elections. You have to have your votes. So that's one. That's divided into two things, and that is how people like you, and that's the turnout, who shows up to vote. So those two factors go into that final vote count, and that determines who wins.
As mentioned, it is an off year, so it'll be interesting to watch those numbers, filling in and the breakdown as well. Kevin, thank you so much. And Steve, back to you over there at the desk.
And thank you for that, Tiffany. Here at the desk, we're joined by Amber Duke, senior editor at the Daily Caller, Democrat strategist Madeline Somerville. We're also here with former Ambassador Carla Sands with America First Policy Institute and Democratic strategist David Carlucci. Amber, welcome to the discussion. It's great to have you back with us. So, Amber, to the point that we were just listening to, we're seeing a bit of parity there with the Attorney General's race and the governor's race. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked about why the president did not come out to endorse Winsome Earl Sears for governor. Let's take a look at what she said.
President Trump has endorsed Andrew Cuomo in New York City's mayoral race. He has not by name endorsed Winsome Sears in Virginia's gubernatorial race. Why is that?
Look, as you know from this podium, I'm quite limited in what I can say with regards to ongoing political elections. I think the president has spoken for himself and what he wants to see take place in these elections today.
So, Amber, we didn't get much out of the press secretary there. What is your take as to why the president was not too enthusiastic?
Well, it's not surprising that she didn't say much, but I think this is just politics, right? He's concerned that if he does give Winsome Earl Sears his endorsement, that it could actually potentially hurt her, particularly in Northern Virginia, where top concerns are cutting of federal contracts and the current government shutdown and furloughed workers. Those voters, as we see in exit polls already, are going really strongly for Abigail Spanberger. And in order for a Republican to win in Virginia, you have to have really strong turnout in the rural parts of the state, and you have to overperform in the Northern Virginia liberal stronghold.
To that point, David, we'll bring it over to you. With regard to DOJ, that was a big issue, a policy issue for Spanberger. Do you see that playing into this race that we're watching for governor of Virginia?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's evident. We see that the Republican candidate for governor is really underperforming, not doing well at all. We see, I think these numbers will probably be pretty close to what we see throughout the night. I think the Attorney General race will be closer than it should be, and that's self-inflicted wounds by the candidate, but I think he'll still win by about a point. But look, this is just a rebuke of the GOP-led Congress and White House. We see that every election we're going to talk about tonight, Democrats are favored to win, and I expect they will win. And if not, there'll be some maybe close race like we see with the Attorney General in Virginia. But yeah, I think that's what's going on. People vote with their hands and they fill in the bubbles, and that's what's happening tonight. We're going to see that across the board. I think there'll be a lot of attention given to Zohran Mamdani, but I think the real question or tea leaves to read here is just the fact that, hey, maybe the Republicans need to change focus because this is obviously a mandate from the public where they have an option. They're saying we don't like Republican leadership.
I do think it's important to keep in perspective that it's not really going to be earth-shattering if the Democrats do win these states. They carried these states in the presidential about a year ago. With that said, Carla, how much influence do you think President Trump's current presidency might play into any of these races?
Well, I think that the fact that the Democrats, and I'll call them radical Democrats, have kept the government shut for the longest shutdown in American history is also influencing this race in Virginia, because there are a lot of federal workers in Virginia, especially Northern Virginia. My heart goes out to the people of Virginia if Abigail Spanberger wins, because she wants to keep boys in girls sports. She wants to keep boys in girls locker rooms. She wants to sexualize the children in school and not let the parents opt the children out. So this is radical. She's not a mainstream Democrat, and neither is Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey. She has the same kind of policies. And Abigail Spanberger voted with Joe Biden. She voted not to give raises to people that deserve them in the One Big Beautiful Bill. She voted against no tax on tips for people in Virginia that are working, getting tips. So she is not a mainstream Democrat. She's radical.
If you could, Carla, just unpack sort of the unique nature of the state of Virginia. It's sort of different than any other state, just given its proximity to Washington, D.C.
Well, I think it's Virginia, like New York, with its big liberal cities, and then its rural areas that are very conservative, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Every state has these pockets of left Democrats, and then mainstream Democrats, and then conservatives, and they're usually in the suburbs and in the countryside. I mean, it's just how it's worked throughout the country. Almost every state has these centers, and then the rest is bright red. It's like little pockets of blue and bright red in our country. And I think when the redistricting gets done with a new census and we have fewer Democrats elected because we're not counting illegals, we will actually see how red the United States is.
Madeline, I want to get your take on the state of Virginia. A lot of federal workers, as we just heard, reside in Northern Virginia, work in D.C., the different agencies, even in Virginia. Do you think that the GOP's efforts to shrink DOJ and, as the former ambassador mentioned, the ongoing shutdown are going to play into the race in Virginia?
Yeah, and I think your take was spot on. Exactly right. I think people forget that politics is a lot about timing, and that all those factors need to play into every decision that they're making, because this is what's on people's minds right now. Virginia is already a blue state. It's already a hill that they have to climb, and this is going to make things worse. And so I fully understand why President Trump didn't endorse Winsome Earl Sears by name, but that also speaks to how frustrated the populace is with Trump, right? Because if they, for some reason, were Republican and wanted to endorse the Republican candidate, the implication there is that they're so upset with what's going on with the federal government that they wouldn't even vote, that if he were to endorse her, that they wouldn't vote for her. So I think that really speaks volumes.
So, Amber, do you think that if it weren't for the shutdown, that Winsome Earl Sears would have had a better shot at winning?
I'm not convinced. I mean, candidate quality here is also in play. I mean, even Republicans that I've talked to, I'm a Virginia resident, by the way, I live in Fairfax County. Local Republicans that I've talked to don't feel that she was as strong as Youngkin. Youngkin, of course, also had the benefit of coming off of COVID, where Virginia had a stuttering economy, a lot of issues related to schools, and he was more trusted than McAuliffe to deliver on both of those issues. We see in exit polls now Winsome running behind Abigail Spanberger on the economy. But one issue that I did want to point out, which I think sort of cuts against David's assertion that this might be a referendum on Trump and Republican policies, is that for Virginia voters who say immigration is their top issue, which is a significant portion, it's top 4 issues for Virginia voters today, 80+% of those are voting for Winsome Sears. And a significant portion of Virginians say that the immigration policy of Trump has actually not gone far enough.
Mm-hmm.
David?
Well, but that's a minority of voters. They're not coming out. There's more excitement, obviously, on the Democratic side. So we could point to statistics, but if they're underwater, what does that really show? It shows that the majority of people are just upset. They're upset, and when they have an opportunity, they're going to voice it. I think it's as simple as that. This is on top of DOJ, on top of the government shutdown. I mean, all of those issues obviously hit harder in Virginia, but this is hitting all across the country. And I guess that's just really my point, is that, look, the excitement is with the Democrats, and there's a lot of things we could talk about in terms of New Jersey, right? New Jersey, the president was within 6 points, I believe, in New Jersey, and really thinks that's a state that they can win for governor. But it's not looking like that tonight. I don't think it's going to happen. And you have so many issues on top of the government shutdown and all that. And a big part of it, too, is the president stopped a $20 billion project from happening here in New York, the Gateway Tunnel project. And I think that's going to reverberate throughout New Jersey as well as it does in New York City. But you have these issues on top of the already unpopular moves of the president that are exacerbating the situation. I think you're seeing that with these election results tonight. I mean, the governor is up by almost 20 points in Virginia. That is not just a little win. That could be just crushing.
And Carla, Virginia is a unique state. It's the only state in the union where the incumbent cannot run for consecutive terms. So with that said, Virginia, you can, splice the data however you wish, but Virginia's elected a governor from the opposite party of the sitting president since 1977. Is that a reflection of how the president's doing, or a reflection perhaps of the law that they have in place, no consecutive term, no incumbent advantage?
I agree with you. I think it's actually just historical that they like to have the opposite party, and there's probably a little bit of buyer's remorse of the president on both sides. And if you look at Virginia, I mean, it does go back and forth, but Governor Youngkin has a 58% approval rating. If he could run again, he would run away with it. So it's too bad for Virginians that he can't be a second-term governor. He's done an incredible job with crime, economy, and we don't have open borders, that he's cooperating with ICE as he can. And Abigail Spanberger has said she will not cooperate with ICE in removals. That's too bad for the people of Virginia.
I'm just bouncing off of what everyone else has said. I'm a jury consultant, and so I pay attention all the time to what's going on in politics when I'm advising lawyers of how to communicate with jurors. And one thing that I think people need to remember is that when people feel like they have agency finally, when they feel like they have some control, like they can do something about what they see, even if it's unrelated, right? Even if it's the case that's in front of them, even if it's the race that's in front of them and not the presidential race, if they feel like they have some control, they're going to use it to try to make that justice happen. It's just an innate human thing.
Right now, we do have an NTD election update for our viewers, and we're going to take a look here. It looks like in Virginia, Spanberger, the Democratic candidate for governor, is significantly ahead of the Republican Winsome Earl Sears. That's coming in from the Data Hub's Kevin Hogan giving us this update, as well as the lieutenant governor's race there in Virginia. Ghazala Hazmi, significant lead over the Republican John Reed with 27% of the vote in. And right here, we're looking at the Attorney General's race, a much thinner margin. That is the race that everybody's really watching tonight in Virginia to see if the Republican can split that ticket down ballot and take the edge over Jay Jones after those controversial text messages that surfaced just a couple weeks ago. Tiff, in just moments, polls will be closing in the state of New Jersey. The governor's race there, it could be a close one.
That's right, Steve. Let's actually go over to NTD's Dave Martin at the Data Hub and see what the stats are telling us. So, Dave, in terms of New Jersey, what are the polls showing for the governor race?
Yeah, actually, let's look back in time at the 2021 governor race. 4 years ago, where incumbent Governor Phil Murphy won 51% to 48% over Jack Ciattarelli. Now, Ciattarelli is running again after that loss 4 years ago. And I got to say, things did not look good for him this summer, late summer here. Let's look at a poll here. Choice for Governor, New Jersey. This is a September poll. We have Jack Ciattarelli, who lost 4 years ago, polling at 39%. Now, this is an RPC average of 5 polls taken over a 2-month period late summer. Mikey Sherrill with a 9-point lead over him right there. And it's important to note, Ciattarelli was not within the margin of error on any of those 5 polls there. But if you fast forward to October, these latest polls here, again, choice for New Jersey is a lot closer here. This is an RPC average of 8 polls taken in October, and you see here, Mikey Sherrill's lead is just down to 3 points over Jack Ciattarelli. So he's made 5 points over the past month, and he is within the margin of error in 6 of these 8 polls. So it's definitely heating up. And of course, Ciattarelli has Trump's endorsement. Mikey Sherrill has Obama's endorsement. So both parties definitely eyeing this race.
It does look like it's a lot more neck and neck now, but Ciattarelli still faces an uphill battle in his state, right? Because Jersey leans much more Democrat?
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at the number of registered voters in the state of New Jersey. You can see here Democrats 2.5 million compared to Republicans at 1.6 million. But there are 2.2 million unaffiliated voters in the state as well that Ciattarelli is really going to have to persuade to get it to his side if he's going to win this race here.
And how are things looking so far in terms of early voting, though?
Yeah, in the early voting period, Democrat registered voters have really far outvoted Republican voters. You can see here, 680,000 to 387,000, nearly double them. And there's another 267,000 who are unaffiliated who voted in this election as well. So polls closing here at the top of the hour. Kevin will soon have some live voting results, and I'll soon be back with some more polls. Back to you, Tiff.
All right, well, Dave, thanks for that. And Steve, I'll toss it back to you at the desk.
Okay, well, it looks like we are going to be coming back to you here in just a moment. We're going to head off to a break right now. You're looking live at Jack Ciattarelli's campaign watch party. We'll be back in just a moment.
As we naturally age, many people are getting zero amount of this incredible and unique substance. That's when we start seeing an impact in our joints, skin, nails, and even our digestion.
People ask me, Dr. X, what is the #1 supplement I should be taking? My answer is multi-collagen protein.
People's reactions to me, people were like, what are you doing? What is going on? You look amazing. You have a glow about you.
What makes Ancient Nutrition Multi-Collagen stand out from other brands? 10 types of collagen. It's grass-fed, pasture-raised with vitamin C and probiotics. It's proven to reduce joint discomfort rapidly, continuously, and persistently. It improves the appearance of crow's feet after 4 weeks and improves skin tone after 8 weeks. And it promotes hair thickness, growth, and a reduction in hair breakage.
It has transformed everything from my hair. Like, my hair was starting to kind of just, come out, and I don't have that anymore. My skin feels amazing.
Call the number on your screen and find out how to get a free bottle when you order, plus free shipping and our 30-day money-back guarantee. And as a bonus, we will include Dr. Josh Axe and Jordan Rubin's revolutionary book, Multi-Collagen Makeover, free with your order, plus free shipping and free returns.
I have implicit trust in Dr. Axe because the plan worked. I'm living proof of it.
This is the collagen protein that is backed by clinical studies. It's what my family uses, it's what I use, and I know you're gonna benefit in a big way as well.
Love the results or get your money back. This special TV offer is not available in stores. Call the number on your screen or go online now.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
They're just young people, hungry, homeless, and vulnerable. Covenant House is helping young adults facing homelessness. We're providing safe shelter to thousands, but the need is overwhelming. Please call or go online now. With your gift of $19 a month, we'll send you this blanket as a reminder of the comfort your gift provides a young person tonight. You'll provide safe shelter, hot meals, and medical care. Call the number on your screen or go online to safeplacetosleep.org.
You're looking at a live feed of Zoran Ramdani's headquarters. Welcome back to NTD's special live coverage of Election Night 2025.
And we're tuning in now. Polls will be closing in Virginia in about an hour ago they closed. We're counting down the seconds to the polls closing in the state of New Jersey.
That's right, Steve. While we wait for the New Jersey data to come in, let's revisit the Virginia races. Let's call up those results. So there you have the governor's race in Virginia. Right now, the Democrat candidate, Abigail Spanberger, is leading. Pretty sizable lead right there, 54.7% versus the Republican, Winsome Earl-Sears, at 45.1%. That is with 33% of the votes in. We'll be seeing how that plays out throughout the night. In terms of the lieutenant governor's race, the Democrat is at 52.7%, where the Republicans actually leading right now. Actually, no, just kidding, behind at 47%. That's also with 33% of the votes in. And we'll be going to, in terms of the Attorney General's race, though, still in Virginia, Jay Jones at 50.2%, pretty narrow lead right there over Jason Meier at 49.4%. That's again with that text scandal, which I'm sure we'll be talking about very soon. So those are the results from Virginia right now.
We'll be sure to keep you updated on the latest election results throughout the evening. Right now, we're going to go to NTD's Mari Otsu and Jason Blair, who are covering the New Jersey gubernatorial race. Mari, what's the latest at polls closed there in Jersey and at Chitterelli's watch party?
Steve, good evening. Yes, the atmosphere here at the watch party, which is starting just this moment. Right now, they're opening the doors to the ballroom over here and letting in what I hear is a very long line of people waiting to get into this watch party starting at 8. As New Jersey polls are closing right at the top of this hour. And New Jersey voters earlier today told NTD that affordability is a top concern, mentioning both high property taxes and energy prices. Take a look.
Meier, Cheryl, and all the Democrats, because the Republicans are all fascists. Yeah, the Republicans have just become the party of fascism, and I'm afraid that Nazi Germany is going to happen in America.
Jack Ciattarelli, because we do need some change. We feel that the last 8 years was a bit much. Things have increased dramatically. And so hopefully it's not necessarily always a party, but maybe a person that could perhaps bring change, and also someone that is from New Jersey, especially someone local from Raritan.
Well, besides affordability, which is always an issue in New Jersey.
Energy prices and the whole thought behind that. And again, probably very common food prices.
And in New Jersey, residential energy prices have jumped nearly 21% over the past year, compared to only a 6% increase nationwide. Here's what rallygoers Monday say about why they think Ciattarelli can help with affordability. Watch.
Governor Murphy said that he wanted to make New Jersey California of the East. Mikey Cheryl will continue that. There will be no middle class, because middle class won't be able to afford to live here. If you love New Jersey like I love New Jersey, vote Jack Ciattarelli.
Well, I used to be a registered Democrat for 20-something years. The Democrats aren't doing nothing here in New Jersey that people look like us. So that's why I crossed over to support Jack.
And we're big fans of Jack, obviously. If we could vote, we would vote for him. I saw firsthand, I've met him a couple of times, and he's just a genuine guy. I mean,
I feel like Ciattarelli is a good choice for the students because he actually listens. Every time I've spoken to him, he's always been a very open and honest and kind man.
And President Trump has repeatedly brought up energy cost in Jack Ciattarelli's tele-rally last night and in his posts on Truth Social, indicating that the issue could be front and center for the midterms. Steve, back to you.
Thank you for that, Mari. Now over to NTD's Jason Blair, who's covering the Democratic nominee, Mikey Cheryl's campaign there. Jason, how is Cheryl's official watch party feeling? Are people starting to file in there?
Hey, Steve. Yeah, that's right. So things are just getting started here. People are starting to trickle in here in East Brunswick, New Jersey. So far, no sign of Mikey Cheryl. However, the night is definitely young, and a lot of eyes are really on this race here in New Jersey, especially since back in 2024, President Trump did so well in the state, better than any Republican candidate has done in quite a while. In coming into the race, Cheryl does have a slight lead coming in. But electricity costs have definitely been, as we heard from Mari, a big topic here in New Jersey. Cheryl has been campaigning on that a lot, saying how she would lower cost electricity, especially. She says that if elected, she would declare a state of emergency and try to freeze utility rates, saying that she will negotiate prices with utility companies. Back to you.
Jason Blair there live at the Cheryl campaign watch party, and Mariotsu at Ciattarelli's. We'll be checking back in with both of you throughout the evening. Right now, we're going to go back over to NTD's Kevin Hogan, who's standing by with me at the election hub for a breakdown. Kevin, let's talk about what you're seeing here.
Well, yes, definitely. So Decision Desk has called this race, as you know, for Spangenberger, the Democrat. Could be an edgy call, but it seems to be there are some indications early on in the night that are telling us why that may be the case. We just go right over here to Loudoun County. Let's look back 4 years. We see that Terry McAuliffe, he carried this by 11 points, right? Now, Abigail Spangenberger, she got a 28.8 lead, and there's 97% of the votes in. You don't need to be a math person to know that there's no way that Winsome Earl Sears can make up that ground. I mean, that's a 23,000 vote swing between these two candidates that Winsome Earl-Sears, she can never get back. I mean, that's just all said and done. Those votes have been counted. Now, on the state level, you see, okay, so Spanberger's up 11%. But again, that's only at 38%. So technically, if you just look at the sheer numbers without ingesting any deep, experience or intuition, you can say, well, this race is still a toss-up because she can win it. But like I said, that Loudoun County, that's a big red flag for the Republican in this particular instance.
Can we pull up Loudoun, Kevin, and see how the former, now going to be the former Governor Youngkin performed there, and where Earl-Sears may be leaving some votes on the table?
Yeah, exactly. So like I said, we'll go back to 2021. Look, Youngkin got 71,000 votes in this county, okay? And then Winsome Earl-Sears, she's only at 58,000. That's a tough spot to be in. Again, we still have a lot of votes to count, but again, this is just basically happening across the board. And we're bringing it down here. We're going to go back to the Republican country, right? So I mean, you talk about some of these counties here, Wythe County, that's a 56% margin. Sounds great, but that's deep, deep Trump Youngkin country. You could remember that's a 64% margin that Youngkin got in Wythe County when he carried the state. But look at this. I mean, you got 86% of the vote, and she's only at a 56-point margin. Another big red flag that we're seeing, and this is happening scattered throughout this whole state early on in the night. I mean, Wythe County, you might not think, oh, that's a lot of votes. She's given up maybe 198 votes. Okay, so that's not big, but this is a small population county. It's a signal that's showing those headwinds right in Earl-Sears' face as she tries to climb this ladder.
And Kevin, what are you seeing over in Virginia Beach area where Meier, the Attorney General, is having his watch party, where he's obviously competing much better?
Yeah, so again, you have to look at this in context of what happened in the last 4 years. Again, Meier he's the incumbent, right? So he carried this by 7 points or so, just over that, Virginia Beach. Now what is he doing? He's replicating that and then some. Again, this is early. 41%, so there's still a lot of room. It just depends on which precincts are being counted first, Democrat or Republican, but that's a good sign. You shift over to the Democrat stronghold, Norfolk, you see Jay Jones, 51-point margin there, and again, that's up, because when Mark Herring carried that county, even though he lost state, he still got 37%. So those are good signs on either side. It's just a little early to tell, to kind of try to make out, to bring into focus which candidate in this particular race has the advantage, even though there are some indications that Jay Jones might be edging out a little bit, but again, it's pretty early.
Now, I know it probably feels like a lifetime ago to our viewers. I know it does for me too. But 2021, the previous race with Youngkin, a lot of the social issues were driving that race. The children, we saw the videos of the parents at the school board meetings being dragged out. Talk to us about Loudoun County. That was where a lot of this was taking place, as well as Fairfax, very close counties to Washington.
Yes, exactly. Right. You're just in that metropolitan area in Loudoun County. Again, you're talking 11-point margin that McAuliffe got. Spanberger just blowing that away, 28%. I mean, this is the same old story. I mean, you come out some of these counties right here. I mean, we're going to find Beth. Yeah. So, okay. So 49% for Spanberger, or for Winsome Earl-Sears over Spanberger. But again, she needs to hit those metrics. She needs to hit a 58-point margin to have a chance. Because again, when you look statewide, this race was decided by about 2 points. I mean, that's 60,000 votes 4 years ago. So that, giving up any votes in any of those places, that's going to be very hard to come back from. Again, why you see some media calling this already. But I mean, when we do have some results in New Jersey, maybe when those do come in, oh yeah, we actually do.
Well, the post-mortem in Virginia is not really going to be able to take place until all the votes come in, to sort of see where everything was, left on the table, so to speak. So we have Jersey up right here. What are these early results telling you right now?
Well, you know what? Like I said, 11%. You see Mikey Sherrill in an early. You see how fast that changes. They just bump up to 12%. That margin can get cut so fast, because again, you count in different counties. I mean, you're not even counting Cape May. This, again, this is a Republican stronghold. Not a single vote in yet. But we have, a little bit more to wait and see how this shapes up.
NTD's Kevin Hogan here at the Data Hub. Lots still to come in. We'll be checking back in with you shortly. In the meantime, we're going to go back to Tiffany over at the desk.
All right, Steve and Kevin, thank you for that. And we do have an NTD projection for you. Abigail Spanberger will be the next governor of Virginia. The former Democratic Congresswoman had been leading Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears consistently in recent polls. Virginia has elected a governor from the opposite party of the sitting president in all but one election since 1977, and the trend appears to continue. And we do have some other updates as well. In the lieutenant governor's race right now, Ghazala Hashmi, the Democrat, is leading at 53.3% compared to Republican John Reed at 46.5%. That's now with 41% of the votes in. This is an update, not a projection. In the attorney general's race in Virginia, still Jay Jones at 50.5%, just edging out a tiny little bit there. Republican Jason Meier is at 49%, again 41% of the votes in, so still pretty much neck and neck right there. So we'll see how those numbers are developing over in New Jersey in the gubernatorial race there. Mikey Sherrill, the Democrat, at 54.4% compared to Republican Jack Ciattarelli at 45%. That's with just 12% of the votes in, so a lot could still change. Lots happening there. Those are the updates right now. And here at the desk, we're joined by Amber Duke, senior editor at the Daily Caller, and Democratic strategist Danny Salas. We're also joined by Carrie Smith, host of NTD Programs, and Democratic strategist Madeline Somerville. Thank you all so much for being here. Now, a lot of big developments right there out of Virginia. So, Amber, I want to start with you. What do you make of, Abigail Spanberger winning? Often people say the change candidate is, favored. Is what we're seeing here?
I don't know if I would call Spanberger a change candidate, given that she served obviously in the House and has a history of working for the CIA. She's sort of as establishment as it gets. And that's not to say that there's anything wrong with that.
The people in Northern Virginia really like establishment candidates. I don't think it's surprising, I will say that, just given the polls that have been coming out over the past few weeks, there was still a really significant deficit for Winsome Earle-Sears. I do think there's some interesting dynamics at play in terms of obviously the economy being a big driver for Spanberger's victory, and the fact that Winsome Earle-Sears was not able to capitalize on some really prominent cultural issues the way that Youngkin was in 2021. There's been a really viral story about a sexual predator by the name of Richard Cox, who was caught in both Arlington and Fairfax County's bathrooms, where he was exposing himself to little girls. Fairfax County has refused to prosecute him. He's currently facing prosecution in Arlington. And a group of boys in Loudoun County were suspended for objecting to a girl filming in their locker room. So even though there's a lot of the same dynamics in terms of cultural issues, they just haven't had the same panache and the same lift for the Republican candidate as we did 4 years ago.
Very fascinating. And Danny, your thoughts on Abigail Spanberger's victory here?
I think it's completely unsurprising, to be honest with you. I think we knew that Democrats were going to have a leg up in the potential election for the gubernatorial race in Virginia. We know that the shutdown played a huge role in this. We know that the Doge cuts played a huge role in this. So I think when you mentioned, Amber, about the cultural issues, they weren't going to be able to capitalize on those particular stories, because at the end of the day, what was going to matter is, are these people going to be able to feed their families? And if it's the Trump administration that was leading for them to not receive a paycheck on a biweekly basis or a monthly basis, then that was going to be more important to them than some of these issues.
I want to bring it to this side of the table, starting with you, Carrie. What do you make of Abigail Spanberger's win, but also what is the dynamic right now we're seeing in Virginia? Could we see that split ticket voting effect?
I'm surprised, because Democrats have been telling us for the past 10 years or so that if you don't support Black women and immigrants, that you're not a person who cares. And so I thought they would come out in droves to support a Black female who's an immigrant on the ticket. That's kind of a joke, but yeah, I'm a little surprised with the outcome. The people I talked to didn't really find anything exciting about Spanberger, and I know that they had found on some of the cultural issues the fact that you couldn't pin her down on her position on allowing boys in the locker rooms. People thought that she was wishy-washy, so I am a little surprised.
Madeline?
So I think that kind of going back to what I had talked about earlier in terms of people feeling like they have the opportunity to exercise agency, right? Even if it's not necessarily applicable. So I do think this is a referendum on Trump. I do think this is people saying, regardless of what side I'm on certain issues, I'm going to voice my opposition here. I think that when it comes to the cultural issues, what people are essentially saying is, oh, I already took care of the cultural issues. I voted for Trump, right? We don't need to deal with that anymore. Now we'll let Spanberger do what she's going to do. And maybe Trump will step in. People are not afraid to split their vote down ballot anymore. And I think that if they feel like they've balanced it out in a certain way, that's enough for them.
I I want to dig into that because, it does seem affordability is a huge issue across many of these races in different states especially. But to your point, there's different dynamics here, some in the cultural, some just full on, I'm going to vote for whoever's anti-Trump, basically. How do you see that playing out, Denny, in either of these races? Maybe New Jersey is another huge one that people are looking at, right? You have Mikey Sherrill versus Jack Ciattarelli.
There's two things that immediately come to mind just hearing from everybody else speaking on the panel. And there's the old adages from the folks that we know. Nancy Pelosi will always say, all politics are local, right? So each one of these states are going to operate differently. But additionally, James Carville's saying this economy's stupid, right? So at the end of the day, they're going to focus on what's going to happen on their own daily lives. So I don't believe that what's going to happen here in Virginia is necessarily going to be applicable what's going to happen to New Jersey. I actually think if there's going to be the most objective gubernatorial race or election that's happening today, it's really the New Jersey race. I think the New Jersey race really going to tell us where the nation truly is as far as what their feelings are on the Trump administration or where we're heading as an economy or as a country. I actually think that's the most interesting one to watch. New York City, I have my thoughts, and I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit later. But I agree with you. I think that, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I do want to get into New York in a bit, but staying with New Jersey, Carrie, what are your thoughts on that gubernatorial race? It's very close right now, it seems, compared to, what polls were showing in just September.
Well, I agree with Denny. I think that that's more of an indication on where the temperature is at nationally, because New Jersey has typically gone blue and Trump has been closing the gap there. And I think that it's more of an indication of where people are at. I say that, though, as someone who, I voted Democrat for 20 years, and I'm one of the many people who have left the left, and the last two presidential elections voted Republican. I'm in Texas. I don't have to declare a party. I'm independent, but I don't know that there's as much of a shift going the other way. At least I don't encounter those people. Whereas I know so many liberals, classical liberals, centrists, even people who used to be leftists like myself, who are now, because of a lot of the cultural issues, moving to the right.
I do think it's a fascinating breakdown to watch for, especially in obviously New York, right? The focus on Mamdani, I think nationwide is watching that. But Madeline, I want to let you join in on the conversation on New Jersey because you were agreeing with Denny right there. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. And it kind of all ties it together. So I think sometimes we have to think about politics like it's a balance, right? Like we're creating a balance. And I think that New Jersey can't help but think that they're checking New York. I think that they think that they're keeping New York in check, right? Because if they see that New York is tipping one way, it's almost like they're pulling them back. And I'd be interested to see the average age of the voting populace in New York versus New Jersey, because it could be if New York is younger and New Jersey is older, then it really is that they're checking New York, because like I said, people try to exercise that agency in whatever way that they can. But I do think that that's going to be reflective of the country more so than in other states. And it's really hard to tell because these are all East Coast states, that we're talking about here. These are liberal states, and so it's going to tilt blue regardless. And people are going to have frustrations, and that's going to come out in their votes here. Whether they're naturally lean left or right, regardless, if they're frustrated, it's going to come out.
I want to dig into that a bit, Amber, in terms of, what we're seeing play out in New Jersey, but also New York, right? If Jersey is a check on New York, you are seeing, in terms of New York, I think record numbers of early voting numbers, over 700,000 as of Sunday night versus the 2021 mayor race where Eric Adams won. That was only like 160,000, right? Early voting again, right? So they're saying the numbers for New York could be levels not seen since Giuliani and Dinkins. So how are you seeing maybe New York versus New Jersey? Is there a cultural ploy as well, or is it just, that check on each state?
I think it's just more of a big city versus a lot of suburban areas in New Jersey who are thinking about really fundamentally different issues and think about them in a different way, right? Because when you're talking about cost of living and affordability, people in New Jersey are talking about energy prices. In New York, people are talking about rent freezes and free buses, right? So it's the same issue, economy, cost of living, but very different frames based on the type of environment that people are living in.
I want to bring in terms of what we just saw play out in Virginia right here. Denny, I am hearing multiple reports, different people saying that perhaps the government will reopen after election today. So what do you make of that, and perhaps the impact on Virginia?
You know, it's true, right? So you've had Majority Leader Thune recently say that they believe that once this election is over, you're going to see a lot more movement on reopening the government. So it's going to be interesting to seeing what the outcomes are, especially in New York City. I actually think this is going to be more indicative of what Minority Leader Schumer and the Minority Leader Jeffries does next. So we're going to see, because right now we also know that Schumer refused to endorse Mamdani. He didn't do it. Jeffries did it. Jeffries also did it because he's in a district that has a overwhelming populace that has now skewed more to the left. So he might be playing a little bit of protectionism on his part as right now as well. So I think it's going to be what the top issue is. We've seen these issues now kind of switch on the level of importance for Democrats, and we'll see what they're going to say is going to matter the most. It's either going to be SNAP funding, and let's look, and like I mentioned, Schumer and Jeffries, New York State itself spends $700 million per month on SNAP benefits for their citizenry. So that's how much money is being lost right now on a monthly basis. So it's going to start being lost. So we know that they're going to have to move. So is this issue really going to be about healthcare benefits like they've been propagating over the last, almost month during the shutdown, or is it now going to move over to SNAP benefits, knowing that you're losing $700 million a month? So I think we'll see. I believe the government is going to open probably within the next week or so. I want to see what the Democrats are going to be able to actually get from this holdout. I don't think they're going to get much. I'll be honest with you.
It has been interesting to see the messaging war, if you will, and depending on what you're reading, right? If you read more conservative-leaning polls or outlets versus left-leaning, you see whichever side winning, depending on what you're reading.
Sure.
And so some people do think that's why both sides are just really digging their heels in and not reopening the government. It depends on, again. Yeah. But Carrie, what are your thoughts on, perhaps seeing the government reopen tomorrow after the election results come out?
I don't have an opinion on that, but I want to say something about the SNAP benefits. What I'm more interested in, and I've seen conversations happening around this shutdown, are people, the average American, I consider myself an average American, are starting to look at the numbers and, like you said, the amount of money that's being spent on SNAP. And so I think that we need to start looking at all of the abuses and why did the amount of spending on SNAP has more than doubled since 2019? Are there people who are selling their benefits cards? Are there ways that we could cut some of that? And I think that's a bigger question and more interesting to me, honestly, is cutting down on abuses.
Madeline, your thoughts on that?
Oh, I got so much to say.
Okay. I see you chomping at the bit right there. So,
okay. So, first of all, about the messaging when it comes to the shutdown. So, here's my frustration. The voicemail message at the White House right now is the Democrats are keeping the government shut down because they insist upon funding healthcare for illegal immigrants, right? That's what they're saying. The objective truth is that 0.03% of the money that we're talking about here would go to illegal immigrant healthcare, and that's only in emergency rooms, and that's only in cases of actual emergencies. And so my frustration, right, on behalf of Republicans, because I'm usually on right-leaning news, is obviously the Trump administration is trying to emotionally trigger their base, right? He's distracting you from the fact that your healthcare premiums are about to double by getting you to focus on the 0.03% issue that they know will emotionally trigger you because it's about benefits for illegal immigrants, versus the fact that your healthcare premium is about to double because 77% of Americans don't want that, regardless of what side you're on when it comes to the SNAP benefits. So there's a lot of things to talk about there, but I'll suffice it to say basically that I think that when it comes to keeping up with inflation in terms of price, in terms of wages, right? So really what's happened is with housing and with wages, with employers, they have failed to comply with inflation. They failed to keep up with it. And so people can't afford, even if they're working 40 hours a week, to pay for the necessities of their life, like rent and food. And because the Republicans don't want to regulate business in general, business inherently will turn unethical, right? The laws in the United States allow them to turn unethical. And so that's really my frustration there is that the big business has been able to take advantage of the little guy. The little guy continues to work 40 hours a week and can't make ends meet. 70% of the people who are on SNAP are either elderly, disabled, or children. And so the numbers make your brain explode, right? But the truth of the matter allows you to see it a little bit differently, and I think that's why many people are leaning Mamdani.
I do want to get, Amber, your thoughts on that, but right now on screen we are looking at a live look into the Spanberger headquarters there in Virginia, where there is quite a lot of activity you're seeing there, so we are expecting her to come in and give a victory speech very soon. So we'll be keeping an eye on what's happening right there. Again, that's in Virginia, where Spanberger has now won. She's going to be the next governor in Virginia. So very exciting either way. Well, first female governor, if you want to look at it that way. But very quickly, while we are waiting for activity, I do want to get your thoughts on that, Amber, because some are pointing out when it comes to healthcare premiums, right, that, a lot of this goes back to COVID era expansions, if you will, and that's actually hurting or adding to inflation. So what are your thoughts on what Madeline just laid out right there?
I think what's really fascinating about this shutdown is that Democrats are finally admitting that they made health care unaffordable through the Affordable Care Act.
That's fair.
Right? And they didn't have a plan to deal with that, so they put in these temporary subsidies. And if they really cared about this, instead of playing political hot potato, they would have made those permanent. But they deliberately kept them temporary because they wanted to have leverage in exactly this type of situation. And Democrats have admitted multiple times over the past couple of weeks that they are using American families suffering as leverage. They have said repeatedly the SNAP benefits running out, the health care subsidies expiring is the quote unquote only leverage we have to negotiate with the Trump administration. And I think it's terrible messaging. The American people are not leverage. Their suffering is not leverage.
Danny, on that note, we do have some reporters there in Washington, D.C., getting a feel of, average folks on right in front of the National Mall. Sam Wong does a great job with that. And we are hearing from some of them, they're like, I'm a Democrat. I'm feeling like my party is ignoring me. What would you say to that?
I would say yes. I would agree with them. And look, and I think it's a valid argument to state that the Affordable Care Act subsidies that have been used to make it more affordable has actually increased the prices for healthcare for average Americans. I think at the end of the day, if we let these subsidies expire, then I believe, as we have seen, economic principle, the invisible hand theory, that usually what happen is that you do have less customers as health insurance companies, then that means forces you to lower prices. So I think that would actually inevitably happen. So even if you have these massive price increases for now, 6 months from now, I actually don't think those prices are going to be there. Because again, it's going to be invisible hand theory. You have, demand, what is supply and demand, right? So supply and demand at that point. So at that point, if you are a health insurance company, don't have the customers, in order to actually turn a profit, what are you going to do? You're going to lower prices in order to actually get more customers. So I actually am in favor of letting those subsidies expire.
I think that's a great discussion, but as you can see right now on screen, again, that's a live look into Spanberger's headquarters right there. As you can see, they just put a new sign up that says Governor-elect Spanberger. So we're expecting a victory speech any minute now. Lots of activity right there. Obviously, the mood is very happy in that room. You can see everyone looks pretty happy from what I can see right now. Maybe. But I'm guessing the energy is very high in there. So we'll be tuning in as soon as that becomes live. But until that happens, Carrie, any thoughts on, the whole discussion about maybe pricing people out?
Yes, I'm someone who had to buy into Obamacare because we didn't want to get hit with the penalty at the end of the year. And so I have found it to be expensive and also not worth very much, because maybe this is just my area in Texas, but I had to have a surgery this year. It's called a myomectomy, and my wait time, if I went through the insurance that we were paying for, was going to be 1.5 years to get the surgery because it wasn't considered a serious one, and so it was just a long wait time. So we ended up going to a different hospital where it wasn't covered and just paying out of pocket anyway. So I'm sort of like, why are we forced to get this if we didn't have health insurance before this? So why are you forcing us to get it, and basically saying the government has a right to penalize you? It's not the government's domain, in my opinion.
I'd love to jump in here too, just because I also was on Obamacare for a short period of time. I worked for a UK company, so I didn't have employer-sponsored health insurance. There was only one PPO plan available. Everything else was an HMO, which probably explains your issues with wait times. And my premium was $1,200 a month. I have no comorbidities, no pre-existing conditions. I was 27 at the time, young, healthy female, paying $1,200 a month. And I'll even throw a bone to the Democrats. The Republicans do not have a consensus plan on healthcare and on fixing this problem. But it's obviously the wrong solution to continue to kick the can down the road and artificially try to deflate what is a serious problem with health insurance prices in this country.
I think this is a great conversation to continue, but we are going to be going to a very quick break. We'll be back with a lot more coverage of our Election 2025 special coverage here on NTD. You are looking live at the Spanberger headquarters in Virginia. NTD has projected that she's won the governor's race, so stay with us. We'll have a lot more in just a minute.
Judge Napolitano here. Are you watching gold prices? They're not just rising, they're soaring. In just 12 months, gold has surged to more than $3,700 an ounce. And now, Goldman Sachs, the same experts who predicted that rise, are saying gold could reach $4,500 or more in the next year. So what's behind this historic move? Global currencies are falling and big money is in a panic. That's why big banks and billionaires are buying gold in record amounts. And as long as paper money keeps losing value, they'll keep buying. So do what I did. Buy gold from the only company I trust, Lear Capital. Give them a call today. You'll be glad you did.
Claim your free gold investor kit now. Discover how easy it is to own gold, shipped to you or added to your IRA. Also ask how you can get up to $20,000 in bonus gold with a qualified purchase. Call 800-885-6000. 800-885-6000. 800-885-6000.
Food. It fuels our bodies, nourishes our spirits, and brings us together. Because we all need nutritious food to thrive.
Food gives me energy and it also helps me focus.
But not everyone knows where their next meal is coming from. And 1 in 7 people in America face hunger. It's tougher than ever for too many of us. But the simple truth is, ending hunger is possible, and it starts with you. Call or go online to helpfeedingamerica.org and give $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, to help families in your community facing hunger. Feeding America works from coast to coast with partner food banks, food pantries, and meal programs. Your monthly gift delivers food where it's needed most, puts fresh food on the table, and helps kids have healthy meals all year round, even when school is out.
You can see the difference with the kids when they're full. Food is everything.
Please call the number on your screen or go online to helpfeedingamerica.org. Give $19 a month. Your first gift can double an impact. And we'll send you this free canvas grocery bag as a reminder of how you're helping to end hunger for good.
When it comes down to it, it's about taking care of your family first and the loved ones that you need to provide for.
Food donations help me tremendously, and I'm very grateful for the food bank.
I have hope.
The simple truth is, ending hunger in America is possible. You can help make it happen. The need is urgent. Call or go online now to helpfeedingamerica.org, and your gift can double in impact.
Back to NTD's special live coverage of Election 2025. You're looking live there at the Spanberger campaign, where Abigail Spanberger is projected to be the next governor of Virginia. We're waiting for her to take the stage to give her victory speech, and we will be sure to bring that to you as soon as she comes out, which
the governor-elect.
It looks like the governor-elect of Virginia is coming out now. We'll bring you in for a live look.
all so much. My fellow Virginians, tonight we sent a message. We sent a message to every corner of the Commonwealth. A message to our neighbors and our fellow Americans across the country. We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. We chose our Commonwealth over chaos. You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most: lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first. And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you. Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out a clear agenda, and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race, the Lieutenant Governor's story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well. I also know that those who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians. And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans than divides us. And I know I know in my heart that we can unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation. Our founders understood this from the very beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia a commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united for a common good. Not for a political party, not for a president, not for a monarch, but for a common good, together. And tonight, Virginia proved that that tradition is alive and well. We are still a commonwealth in every sense of the word. We are built on the things we share, not the things that pull us apart. And I am proud that our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. That's the Virginia I know, that's the Virginia I love, and that's the Virginia I will have the honor of serving as your next governor.
And there you just heard from the governor-elect of the state of Virginia, taking her victory lap there, as she is projected to win the state there. We do have a projection for you, still within the state of Virginia, for the lieutenant governor's race, where Democrat Ghazala Hazmi is projected to beat the Republican John Reed. That means Virginia will have both a Democratic governor and a Democratic lieutenant governor. And we will be taking a look. You see the projected winner of the governor's race there is Abigail Spanberger, previous former congresswoman, now going to be the next governor of the state of Virginia. The Attorney General's race is one that we're going to be continuing to watch. A lot closer, still about a 2-point gap there with the Democrat Jay Jones in the lead. Jason Meier is trailing him with 48% of the vote. As you can see in New Jersey, the governor's race there, a pretty big gap with 30% of the vote in, where the Democrat Mikey Sherrill is in a commanding lead with roughly 60% of the vote there. Chitterelli, 40%. We'll be taking a look at that throughout the evening. Right now, we're going to go over to NTD's Tiffany Meier, who's at the desk. Tiff.
All right, Steve, thank you for that. And here at the desk, we're joined by Amber Duke, a senior editor at the Daily Caller, and Democratic strategist David Carlucci. We're also joined by James Lindsay, founder of New Discourses, and Democratic strategist Madeline Somerville. Great to have all of you here. David, I want to start with you reacting to Spanberger's victory speech there. What maybe stood out to you the most?
Well, I think nothing too surprising there, but I think she's speaking to not just all of Virginia, but all of the United States in trying to welcome and say, look, we're going to govern for everyone, not just the people that voted for me tonight, but everyone in this state, whether you're a registered voter, you're a Republican, Democrat, non-registered, will be there for you. But I think what this kind of breaks through is the fact that in the Democratic Party, you have a big tent. You've got diverse ideas. And what works in Virginia is not necessarily going to work in New York City or in New Hampshire or Texas, et cetera. But I think what we see tonight from these multiple state elections is that the Democrats are diverse and can compete all across the country.
And on that note, Amber, I want to get your thoughts. Looking at some CNN exit poll for the Virginia governor race here, it looks like Spanberger got 90% of the black vote and 61% of the female vote versus Earl Sears, who got 63% of the white male vote and 93% of the Republican vote there. Now, she did have a lack of a Trump endorsement. Do you think that hurt Earl Sears in the state of Virginia?
No, I don't think so. Look, again, Virginia, it's all about really turnout in Northern Virginia. And right now there's a lot of really disaffected government workers and contractors who are voting against Trump in this election. That's just the reality. Now, I will say in Spanberger's speech, she did not mention one thing, which every voter in Virginia is really incensed about, and that is this darn car tax. And we've been begging the state House of Delegates, the Senate, and the governor to get rid of it for the past 10 years now. And unfortunately, thanks to split government, we have not had that opportunity. And so to all of my fellow Virginians out there, I'm so sorry.
And Madeline, your thoughts here?
Yeah, bouncing off of what you had said too, I also wrote down I'm going to be the governor for all Virginians. It's quite a departure from the "I hate my enemies" speech that we heard recently. And I think that actually it would benefit the Democrats if they would start creating headlines like, what happened to being the president for all Americans, right? What happened to that? Don't you care about us too? We're still here. And I think that also might lead to a more moderate take from the Democratic, or more moderate development in terms of the Democratic Party.
And James, the Democrats are hoping for a trifecta in Virginia. Do you think they can get it? And if they do, what would that look like in the state of Virginia?
I mean, the numbers look like it's totally possible. I don't think it's going to look good. I don't like how Democrat leadership has been running for the last decade or so. As many people know, I did vote Democrat in the past, and then I jumped ship and started to vote Republican because I was so disaffected. I'm one of these people who feel like the left left me. And as that happened, I started to look differently at politics. And in fact, this is what stands out from Spanberger's speech that I just listened to. There wasn't a single woke word mentioned. So what I think is going on in politics in a big picture is whoever is saner is going to win. I think Americans are sick of everything being crazy, and I think the Democrats have a jump on figuring this out right now, while the right is going absolutely berserk within itself right now and going crazy from its radical flank. You have the Democrats figuring out that this message of unity over division, which she repeated at least 3 times, Commonwealth over chaos, projecting division entirely onto President Trump and to the Republicans, that this message of sanity, middle of the road, government for everybody is actually what's going to win. And if the Republicans can't figure this out, they're also going to struggle in elections in the future.
I absolutely agree.
And I do know that polls are going to be closing quite soon in New York, which is a very highly watched race right there. But David, in terms of what James just laid out, do you think we'll be seeing maybe a move towards more, I don't know if that's a charged word now, but moderate candidates, right? Where we are coming back to common sense on both sides of the aisle, if you want to throw in some independence, right? Like, are we moving back towards that, or is it again more polarization?
I mean, I hope so. And I think in some cases we're going to have that. Unfortunately, I think one of the worst things that we have in our political system right now is gerrymandering, right? Redistricting of our legislative seats. And that's allowed in the Constitution. We have this first census from 1790. But what's happened is now the process has been exacerbated, right? By the president actually asking states to do mid-cycle redistricting. That's caused a race to the bottom. You'll see here we have a proposition in California that will most likely pass tonight that will favor Democrats. We see states going overboard on the right, to the Republican side. And that's something where, unfortunately, the point I'm getting at is that I think you would like to moderate, but in districts that are perverted towards the right or the left, you're going to have the radicals in either party, right, rule the day by primaries. And that's something that we should focus on in terms of what are the policies that we can do to lower the temperature, to have more of the silent majority participate in our elections, have things like open primaries, have things like independent redistricting commissions. They're not perfect. It's not a silver bullet, but I hope these are things that we can work towards having solutions. It's not going to fix all the problems, but let's try to do one step at a time instead of just casting blame. If there is a problem, let's not just blame the person, let's try to fix the policy.
And Amber, very quickly, your thoughts on that?
Well, regarding what James said about the sanity versus crazy idea, I think that is definitely a part of what happened in Virginia. We actually saw Spanberger run ads that explicitly tried to make Winsome Earle-Sears look a bit kooky, right? They used this moment from her on the campaign trail mocking Kamala Harris's infamous "I'm speaking" moment and presented it as if that's what Sears was saying herself rather than portraying Kamala Harris. And she also ran an op-ed in Fox News just before the election. She criticized Zohran Mamdani, accusing him of lying to voters. But of course, at the same time, the Democrats have this really aggressive progressive flank that is poised to take victory right here in NYC.
I mean, definitely a lot to watch for. I think a lot of conversations to continue here at the desk as well. But let's very quickly check back in with Steve and Dave at the Data Hub over there and see what the numbers are telling us.
Yeah, thanks, Tiff. Obviously, tonight, the big event that we're watching still is 9 p.m. polls close right here in New York City for the mayoral race. So, Dave, talk to us here at the Election Data Hub. what is trending right now in New York? What are you seeing in the polls?
Well, I've seen recently this race has actually started to heat up a little bit. I'm going to show a recent poll here in just a second. But first, let's show where things were previously. By previously, I mean in September in the New York City race. This is actually an RCP average of 7 polls taken in September. Choice for New York City mayor. As you can see here, Zohran Mamdani, 45% average there, 26% for Cuomo, 13% in third place for the Republican Sliwa. So a 19-point, very comfortable advantage there for Mamdani in that average of polls just recently in September. Now keep in mind, about 16% here in this poll were undecided too. Now fast forward to a more recent poll. This is a very recent poll taken just in the past week here. This is an Atlas Intel poll of likely voters. A much different story here. 44% for Mamdani, so we just go, maybe drops 1 point, but Cuomo all the way up to 39%, so just a 5% or 5-point deficit here for Cuomo. And so he's really taken a big step forward, seemingly getting those undecided voters. And keep in mind, Trump told people to vote for Cuomo yesterday just after this poll was announced. I mean, maybe it'll make a difference, maybe not. But I should point out, though, this is the closest I've seen Cuomo to Mamdani. He is still, though, outside of the margin of error there of 2%. So take from this what you will.
It's really unprecedented to see President Trump endorsing former Governor Andrew Cuomo. When you think about it, the race really seems to be coming down to the socialist Zohran Mamdani and the Democrat. I don't call him a moderate Democrat, Cuomo, because he is a Democrat, but he appears moderate when he's up against a socialist Mamdani. So with that said, Dave, what are the polls saying about New Yorkers and their view of socialism?
Oh, let me tell you, Steve. Here we go. I've got a Fox News poll about that very thing. What's your view of socialism, New York City voters? Now, this is where Fox News, as New York City voters, were asked if they have a favorable or an unfavorable view of socialism here. As you can see, 44% said unfavorable, 41% said favorable. So here's actually why. If you look at young people, though, under the age of 30, same question here, much difference here. 48% here with a favorable view compared to just 36% with an unfavorable. And this is New York City voters under the age of 30 years old. So if we actually look, it's not actually surprising though if you look at how the poll was for young people voting for Mamdani. Same poll here. New York City voters under the age of 30. Look at this. Zohran Mamdani, nearly 60% of the voters here, while Cuomo at 17%, Curtis Sliwa at 16%. So either the other candidates like, Cuomo and Sliwa did not do a good job of connecting Mamdani with socialism, or maybe they liked something else about Mamdani. Maybe his age. I mean, he's 34 years old. Cuomo meanwhile, 67. Curtis Sliwa, 71. So some very interesting numbers there anyway.
Polls are closing just moments away in New York City's mayoral race. We're going to bring you all the results as they come in. In the meantime, you're taking a look right now at Andrew Cuomo's campaign headquarters as he awaits the results. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Silver is the precious metal of the future. Judge Napolitano here. Since 2020, the silver price has risen as much as 190%. Why? In each of the last 4 years, rising demand for solar and electric vehicles alone has put silver supply into a deficit. But now there's another industry. AI, data centers, robots, and quantum computing could require so much silver that silver supplies could be obliterated.
Could silver rise another 190% within 5 years? Find out in this new report, The AI Revolution.
I bought silver and my investment is up 85%. With billions being poured into AI, it makes sense to consider silver.
Call Lear Capital to get your free report, The AI Revolution, and see why it could bring record high silver. And with a qualified purchase, get up to $20,000 in bonus silver. Call 800-885-6000. 800-885-6000. 800-885-6000.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. You may know me from my many years on television. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I felt this slight pressure on my chest, just slight. I thought, oh, it's nothing, it'll go away. I didn't get it. I did not get it. And a few days later, while shopping at a boutique, that pressure returned, much stronger. It felt like an elephant pressing on my chest. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I was rushed into surgery where I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. Those stents saved my life. That's why I'm in front of you today, asking you to join me in supporting the American Heart Association by becoming a monthly donor. Call now or go to helpheart.org. For only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can help fund the next medical breakthrough. Get the next person trained in CPR, the next hospital certified in high-quality cardiovascular care. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. I can enjoy life with my children, my grandchildren, and my friends. Heart disease is America's #1 killer, and your support now can help save your life or the life of someone you love. Give $19 a month with your credit card, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can wear to show that you are helping save lives. Please, listen to your heart. The only reason I'm here today is because I did. So please call the number on your screen or go to helpheart.org now. Join me as a monthly donor today and help save even more lives. Thank you.
My name is Dave Martin. I'm a sports reporter here for NTD TV. I was born and raised out in Kansas. Actually, I was a applied mathematics major in college. Nothing to do with journalism. I went into finance right out of college. But I found it even though I liked the job, I found it after a while somewhat unfulfilling. It was kind of an easy job to stay in finance, but I found that coming to NTD was way more fulfilling to do something that I really, truly believed in. When I came in here, I was just filled for this admiration and respect for everybody who worked here because I knew, what they do here. No one else besides, NTD and Epic Times is willing to, put a camera to the CCP. I don't think Americans realize, how close that threat is coming right over here. They've even set up those semi-almost police stations to spy on their Chinese people that are living in America. Those are definitely stories that Americans would want to know because that's ultimately Chinese trying to put their authority right in the United States, right under our noses. We're willing to actually expose things that other stations aren't willing to do. That makes me proud of what our company does. And that's kind of the organization that I've always wanted to be part of.
Welcome back to NTD's special live coverage of Election Night 2025. If you're just tuning in, polls have already closed in Virginia and New Jersey, and we're counting down the seconds to polls closing in New York City.
That's right, Tiff. While we wait for the New York numbers to come in, let's revisit the Virginia and New Jersey races. If we could call up those numbers and take a look. We do have the results coming in from Virginia there, where you could see the governor-elect projected winner in Virginia is Abigail Spanberger, 68% of the vote in, sizable margin. And for the lieutenant governor's race in Virginia, projected winner there is the Democrat Ghazala Hazmi. And we're still waiting for results here. The Attorney General's race, much closer with 68% of the vote in, about 2-point spread there. Jay Jones, the Democrat, leading Jason Meier. And over in New Jersey, with 40% of the votes in, the Democrat Mikey Sherrill, sizable lead with 56.8% of the vote to Jack Ciattarelli's 42.7%. We will be keeping a close eye on those numbers. New York, obviously, no numbers in yet, but we will be keeping a close eye as soon as they start to drop.
Well, thanks, Steve. And
And we are going to bring it back into our panel here. We're going to start this discussion talking about New York. It's obviously all eyes on New York. It's had the most attention. David, let's start with you. Mamdani's platform includes a variety of policies: city-run grocery stores, free buses, fast ones, he says, rent freezes for stabilized tenants, free childcare, all of this in part funded by higher taxes on those earning over $1 million. What aspects of his plan do you see actually being implemented?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I think there's going to be a lot of progress on most of those issues. I think the easiest to do his platform with the city-run grocery stores, it's really a pilot program where he's identified some key areas in the city that are food deserts, where people don't have access to fresh produce and groceries that are nutritious and making people healthy. So I think that's one of the easiest. I know it's getting a lot of attention because I think people are visualizing this, Soviet-style grocery store, which is not the idea. I've worked with a lot of food pantries over the years, and I think this is a good way to try to experiment and see how can we make sure that people are getting the food that they need. Many parts of this city suffer from that, and it might not seem like a problem if you have access to a grocery store and you can hop in your car, but we've really suffered from that in this city for a long time. So I think that's something where he can make improvement, and maybe it'll be a model that other cities and other states could follow.
Ambassador, I'll let you weigh in on that. And what do you say to the possibility that a lot of the people that this is going to be put on, the wealthier earners in New York, are they going to eventually all migrate out of New York to various other locations?
Well, I hope that they stay and fight. I hope that they don't leave. But the fact is that capital's been fleeing New York City for years, and they've lost population. New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, all losing population, high taxes, high regulation, and money moves where there's lower taxes. That's just how it goes. So unfortunately, I think it's going to be probably becoming a billionaire desert for New York, and that's where their tax base comes from. It's the billionaires and the high millionaires, the $100 million, the $500 million worth people who spend a lot and pay high taxes in the city. And unfortunately, they have been relocating largely to Florida, also to the Carolinas, to Texas. It's really too bad. It doesn't have to be this way, but the people of New York they've decided most likely to elect Zoran Mamdani.
And to your point, we did see that New Yorkers are prone to leaving when things get tough here. Take the COVID lockdowns, for example. A lot of folks from New York went to Florida and Texas. They were calling Miami the next Wall Street at a certain moment in time. We do have a soundbite that I'd like to play with President Trump weighing in on this race. If we could pull up that sound, if we get it up.
It's going to be hard for me as the president to give a lot of money to New York because if you have a communist running New York, all you're doing is wasting the money you're sending there. So
Danny, if Mamdani winds up winning tonight, becoming the next mayor of New York City, what type of relationship do you see him having with the federal government?
Very adversarial. And I think he's going to lean on Schumer and Jeffries to try to get anything done. He might try to use them as an emissary and not be upfront in his attacks against Trump. I think that would be the strategic thing that we try to do. But, I think right now DSA is the Democratic Socialists of America, who have been running his campaign, who he is part of. They want to fight Trump tooth and nail. So I think what's going to happen is that you will see New York City residents likely suffer from a lack of funding choices and kind of reimbursements from some sort of health care or other type of services that they typically get from the federal government. So they could get hurt.
Now, James, big picture, how do some of these trends that we're seeing in New York compare to other nations around the globe that have adopted socialist systems?
There are no socialist systems in the world that work. They all uniformly get worse. The reasons are very simple. The incentive structures for people to be productive do not exist under socialism in the same way that they exist under a free enterprise system. A free enterprise system in its, simplest form is that you get to make your own things, you produce what you want to do with your things, and you have the opportunity to set the terms of exchange. So you're incentivized to be efficient because you don't want to spend too many of your resources. You're incentivized to be economical. You're incentivized to solve problems. The government doesn't have the same set of incentives. They can only create these incentives by policy or by kind of force of writ. And so it's very nice. The only thing I wrote in my notes here for this is rhetoric versus policy. It's very nice the things that Mamdani's saying. It's also the same with the situation in Virginia. It's very nice the things that Spanberger is saying. It's a question of how it's actually going to be put into play with policy. And I agree with what everybody else is saying about the adversarial nature that it's going to have with Washington, the challenges that these policies are going to face going into practice, and the flight of money out of the city. So socialist systems don't work. The incentive structures are completely incorrect. And what you'll see is that in a free country, especially, where they don't have walls keeping you in, or in London now, or UK, they're trying to come up with some tax to leave. If they can't force you to stay in, people will leave. And I think that what you're going to see is a very strong decline of the strength of the New York City over the next 4 to 10 years if Mamdani takes this office.
And a lot of people, just a quick follow-up, say that socialism, you can put democratic in front of it if you so wish, is the precursor to communism or is pseudo-communism. Historically, what stage would you say that we're in?
I'll just to be completely fair to the argument, there are lots of forms of socialism. 0 of them work. The Democratic Socialists of America have for years put out materials. I can show you them. I've put them on social media a million times where they're promoting, here's Vladimir Lenin and here's what he said. Come to this thing to learn from Lenin. Lenin specifically said that socialism is the stepping stone to communism. And so he meant literally what the Bolsheviks were trying to implement in Soviet Union when he took over. And that system just straight doesn't work. Marx saw it as a stagist program. I don't think that that's the model in the world today, but he saw that capitalism eventually collapses under its own contradictions. The social production that has come in under corporate rule gets shifted to government control that's in the name of the people, and then eventually you don't need the government anymore. Lenin called this a semi-state, that the state will wither away of its own accord because all it does is crush its enemies instead of focusing on, trying to maintain class division. That was literally his argument in State and Revolution in 1917. And so that would be stage 5, where communism is stage 6, according to the old Marxist-Leninist thinking. I don't think that's the case now. I think we have these hybrid economies. The model is very much like what you see in China, where they've adopted elements. A lot of people don't know this stakeholder system that we all hear about all over the world. The Chinese system was actually implemented first legally in 1937 under the Nazi Shareholder Act. It was a fascist program for Hitler to mobilize the war economy. And what I think we're actually going to see is this new hybrid communism coming under this guise of democratic socialism that is going to be, it's all fake in the name of the people. We're going to do all this. We're going to build, state-run grocery stores and so on. But ultimately, the point is to seize the means of production, as Mamdani said, and that's the production of man in society, and it's going to be a destruction.
Certainly a lot to unpack there. Unfortunately, we do have to go over to Tiffany, who is standing by with an update for us. Tiff.
All right, thanks, Steve. And we will continue to bring you election updates and projections all night. All eyes are on New York City right now. Let's go to our team of reporters on the ground there. NTD's Chris Bob with the Zohran Mamdani campaign, NTD's Luis Martinez with the Andrew Cuomo campaign, and NTD's David Lamb with the Curtis Sliwa campaign. Chris, let's start with you. Chris, you're outside the Brooklyn Paramount where supporters are gathering for Zohran Mamdani's watch party. What are people saying as they wait to see the results tonight?
Yeah, when I first arrived here about 7:45 p.m. East, we had maybe a few dozen people outside the Brooklyn Paramount. Now the crowd is all the way down Flatbush Avenue. Hundreds, probably thousands of people. Inside, they accommodate 2,700 standing during a concert, but I'm sure that there's plenty more outside here right now. I had an opportunity when things were a little quieter to go around. You can see behind me there's a rail set up to keep people inside. They're moving in right now. I talked to them about what their main issue was for supporting Zohran Mamdani, how they respond to him being labeled a communist. and also what the affordability agenda means to them. I want to go to some of those clips first.
He's working for the community people or working class people. He think about the working class people and other people.
I like the election day energy. I think there's a lot of folks out, and it's exciting seeing my neighbors out in full force.
And why did you choose to support Zoran?
I think that we all deserve to have a dignified and beautiful life here in New York City, and that New York City is not just for billionaires, but for everyday working people.
I'm supporting Zoran Mamdani because I believe we should live in a city of affordable housing with affordable housing. I run a domestic violence shelter, so I really want a mayor that believes in having integrity for women, and yeah.
Do you feel that Zoran will be able to make good on the promises he made, like for affordable housing, freezing the rent, fast and free buses?
I hope so.
So some uncertainty there about whether or not he's going to be able to follow through on the promises he made, but there is a lot of energy here with people talking about affordability being at the top of their list, and they want to see something delivered. A little earlier, we heard people chanting outside, freeze the rent. That's one of his key promises. That's something that I keep hearing talking to the folks gathered outside. I'll come back to you a little later with some updates as we get more information as polls close here in New York at 9 p.m. Back to you.
All right, Chris, thank you for that. And the doors have opened at the Cuomo Campaign Watch Party. Louise, tell us what's the atmosphere like there. What have you heard so far?
Yes, Tiffany. So the doors open at 8:30. Before that, it was just media and volunteers, campaign workers. Now the ballroom is completely full. Energies are high, and you can sense a sense of optimism. I've talked to a lot of people who are here in attendance, and of course they're aware that Andrew Cuomo is behind in the polls from Zoran Mamdani, but they are very optimistic that those polls are not reflecting the movement of certain voters, in particular Republicans who might have come out to support Andrew Cuomo as a vote against Mamdani. And this is something that they are expecting is happening, not only because President Donald Trump gave the endorsement to Andrew Cuomo late last night. Let's listen to Katie Felger, one of the campaign organizers that I talked to earlier today. She had a very important and interesting testimony of what this election could look like beyond the polls. Let's listen.
No, I'm a Republican, and I support Andrew Cuomo because I'm terrified, honestly, of the other candidate, like Zoran Mamdani. I think he's dangerous. We don't know what he's going to do to the city, and that made me and also my friends who are like huge Trump supporters all like to decide to support Andrew Cuomo in this election, because it's not about parties, it's not about Republican or Democratic, it's more about the city, about New York, and we want it to stay as awesome as it is, and I think it needs to be someone who really understands what New York's about, and I think Andrew Cuomo is a safe option.
So it was very interesting to hear that in Katie's perspective and her group of friends, there were Republicans who had never voted before in elections because they thought, hey, I'm a New York Republican, my vote's not going to count, but they came out to vote on these elections. So that's what is fueling that optimism right now here at the campaign headquarters, the watch party for the Andrew Cuomo campaign. A sense that voters that not usually come out, and we saw that with the early voting, a lot of boomers and plus 55 people came out to vote early, which is not a usual thing to see. Back to you, Tiffany.
And Louise, on that note, how is this election different than past elections for Andrew Cuomo?
Well, the Cuomo name is a name that has been in New York's imagination for 40 years. Of course, over 20 of those 40 years, the Cuomos have been in the governor's mansion, and now Andrew Cuomo is fighting for the future of his political life as running for the mayor of the city of New York. We heard from Andrew Cuomo earlier this day, and he said that this was the most important election of his life. And also, it's the first time he's not running as a Democrat. He's running as an independent, which is a very interesting way of presenting himself as an anti-socialist Democrat on the ballot. He's, of course, also supporting expanded health care for New Yorkers, expanded access, affordable access to bus fares for New Yorkers, and affordable housing for New Yorkers, but not to the extent of offering all of these public services or welfare for free as the Democratic candidate is doing. So it's a very different election for Andrew Cuomo, who at 67 is battling for his political life against a 34-year-old with little name recognition from a year ago. So it will be really interesting to see what, of course, the results of the elections are and what Andrew Cuomo's next steps will be, whether as a mayor of New York or if it ends up being the end of his political career here in New York State and New York City. Back to you, Tiffany.
All right, Luis, thank you. And now let's go to NTD's David Lamb. The doors open to Curtis Sliwa's watch party in Manhattan. David, I heard that it's getting quite crowded there. What is the latest?
Yeah, hey Tiff. So you're right, the doors opened and the atmosphere is really lively here. There was music, and earlier behind me on stage there was a group chanting Curtis, Curtis, Curtis. But I don't think he's here just yet. So anyways, we are at Arte Cafe in the Upper West Side of Manhattan, right across from Central Park. It's an Italian restaurant turned into a watch party for the Republican mayoral candidate. So when you go through the front door, they had free merchandise for Curtis Sliwa, with his name for supporters to grab. And it's pretty crowded. I had to watch where I was going. There was even a dog here, so really crowded. It should be capacity about 150 people, but who knows? It could be more, and we'll see how that goes. So there were several people with red berets in the venue, which is something that's Curtis is distinguished for. He walks around with the red beret, and one of them, I spoke to them. Let's just listen to a clip of that.
We just want to, celebrate with Curtis, and whether he is going to win or lose, But of course, we as a Guardian Angels always support him. But once I walked in, I already feel that a lot of people are praising the party. Is like everybody is, of course, is for Curtis right here.
So that was one of his patrol commanders for Guardian Angels, which is a non-profit safety patrol group that Curtis founded when he was in his 20s. So Curtis said, he told me that this group is non-political and it's separate from his campaign. But even then, the members are still supporting him no matter what. And John said, regardless of the election results, they will still continue to prevent crime in New York City and throughout the world. There's many chapters. What they do is patrol and try to prevent crime, especially on the subways. So another person who is a retired detective with the NYPD, he told me, I asked him, if the preliminary surveys show Curtis Sliwa in third place, what he thinks about that. And he just said, the surveys are just surveys. What matters is what happens tonight on election night. So I spoke to Curtis the other day, and he said he's a happy warrior campaigning around the city, and that he visited around 350 neighborhoods. So Curtis is supposedly supposed to speak soon. The deputy campaign manager told us they're going to wait for us to finish this live hit. But anyways, Tiff, back to you.
All right, David, thank you. And David Lamb, Luis Martinez, and Chris Bob will check back in with all three of you later this evening. For now, though, back to you at the desk. Steve, take it away.
Thanks so much, Tiff. And we're back with our guest here as we unpack the night and continue to follow all of the results with the polls closing at 9 p.m. We're about 20 minutes in the New York City mayoral race. So I do want to play a soundbite. President Trump was saying that New Yorkers have no choice but to vote for Andrew Cuomo, the Democrat now running as an independent. Here was Cuomo's response.
The president does not support me. The president opposes Zoran Mandami. The president believes Zoran Mandami is a communist. He believes he's an existential threat. This is going to determine the future of the city of New York. It may also determine the future of the Democratic Party.
So, Denny, as a Democrat yourself, how are moderate Democrats processing this night in New York City, the moderate Democrats of New York?
I think A lot of us are concerned, like Cuomo just stated, about the future of the Democratic Party. We're worried about where it's headed. And I believe that the moderates, like myself, need to be more vocal and need to fight a little bit more. Cuomo, I believe, has done a good job as fighting this. I will tell you right now that New York City is projecting to have about 2.4 million total votes cast. That is the most in over 50 years. So we're going to have an incredible result at the end. And I don't know exactly who's going to win. The votes that you're looking at the screen right now, those are typically the early votes and also some of the mail-in ballots. So we know that the votes that were cast already today have not been counted yet. So I think the more votes that came out for this election, the closer it will be and better for Cuomo, because there is a cap and a limit to the number of young voters that are actually going to come out. So I don't know what the end result will be, but I'll tell you, I think it's going to be a lot closer than people think. But I believe going forward, Cuomo is correct by stating if this is a blowout win, let's say for Zohran Mamdani tonight, then you have a lot of moderates that are going to be concerned about what's going to happen heading to the midterm, and then also what's going to be going into the 2028 presidential nomination. We also know that the Republican Party is going to hang a picture of Zohran Mamdani on every single Democratic candidate across this country from now until whenever. Because we know he's going to be the new Nancy Pelosi that the Republicans use as a cudgel against them for the last, 20 years. So that's exactly what's going to happen, and we know that. So it also just depends on what the margin's going to look like today. So
it's certainly going to be fascinating to see what story that data tells us as the night continues to unfold. In the meantime, if we take a look at the screen, New York City mayoral race, right now we're seeing 52% of the vote is in. As Denny mentioned, though, historic numbers just not counted yet, a number of voters coming out, with Mamdani at 49.6%, Cuomo 41.5%, and Sliwa 8%. These numbers here pretty much matching all of the polling. And if it does hold, Mamdani will likely be the next mayor of New York City. Carla, I want to get your thoughts on what Denny was just speaking of.
Yeah, I think that it's true. I mean, he is the new face of the Democrat Party. It's a new kind of Democrat Party that is tragic for the Democrats. We like our Democrats to be, free marketeers and want our nation to win, not want revolution and to collapse the system and rebuild it in a communist kind of structure. And our country tried this before, actually. Before we were a country, when we were colonies, they tried socialism and it failed. Because what happened was lazy people didn't produce, and so the producers looked at that and said, well, why should I produce? I'm supporting people that are lazy and laying around in their bed all day. And so what happened is that the society began to collapse. And so the smart guys said, okay, let's try something different. Let's do a free market. Everybody has to take care of themselves, kind of like what you were talking about earlier, James. And what happened is we became the most successful country in the history of the world. And we lifted most of the world out of poverty because of our system, our free market system that the young people are being taught capitalism is evil. Well, in Denmark, the young people are taught that capitalism is evil as well. And they're not creating entrepreneurs like the United States. New York City is the engine. It's our financial hub for not just America, but it has been for the world. That will probably change under Zohran Mamdani. And let's not forget, CARE helped to support and fund his campaign. And CARE is connected to the Muslim Brotherhood. The Saudi Arabia and the UAE have banned the Muslim Brotherhood because they are jihadis. Zohran Mamdani is tied hip to hip with the jihadis and with the Muslim Brotherhood. God help New York.
David, I have a question for you, but I'm sure you want to weigh in.
Yeah, please. Well, I mean, boy, there was a lot there.
Let me ask you, do you think that...
I had something really witty. You're going to love it, but I gotta come back to it.
What does this mean for Cuomo? You're a New York guy. You served at the Capitol.
Yep.
The Cuomo name, as we've been hearing throughout the night, 40 years, a staple in New York politics. What does this mean for the Cuomo legacy?
Well, I think there could be a future for Andrew Cuomo. We'll see how this election winds up. But if he does lose, I think he could be a voice that helps to speak to Democrats, not just in New York City and New York State, but around the country in terms of that moderate wing. And as Denny said, there's nothing sexy about being a moderate. so it doesn't get the headlines. Look, we're spending most of the time tonight talking about one of the many candidates that ran for election. And I hear a lot of talk about socialism and how bad that is. And I agree with a lot of what's been said, but I think we have to look at not just the candidate Mamdani, but look at who is in office. We have a president right now that has taken unprecedented steps towards what I would call socialism in terms of having the government actually invest in private companies, having a tariff system like we have never seen in the history of our country, which definitely lead against the free market, against the capitalism that we all talk about and are defending. If we're going to do that, we should call a ball, and a strike, and I think we need to do that. And as far as I'm concerned, right now, Mamdani, this is talk, and as we know here in New York City and in New York State, most of these policies do have to run through Albany, and I think it will be a test for our governor and our state legislature to moderate many of these policies. To get them done at all, they will have to be moderated, and I think that's what you'll see. You'll see these ideas, then it'll go through that sausage-making process and come out and hopefully be some positive policies that can be replicated around the country and around the world. And remember, New York, we call it the Empire State for a reason. Because we have to tackle the big issues of our time, because other states and other cities don't have the resources or the wherewithal to step up and do it. And time after time, New York has been that place. And I think that's what you see tonight in terms of that calling to say we need to step up and make sure we have housing, we have food, we have transportation, and do it in the 21st century.
And right now here you see the Virginia Republican candidate for governor, Winsome Earl Sears, giving her concession speech. Let's listen in.
I looked at them in wonder. They thought they were hurting me, but they weren't, because I thought to myself, this is America. It's amazing that we can protest each other and go home and cook dinner for the kids and not wonder who's coming to get us. And we must never lose that. America is such a wonderful place. I don't think we know that. I'm watching people teach their children to hate their country. Why would you do that? Where else are you going to go? And so I thank you. I thank you for giving me this very great opportunity. And it started, of course, when you gave my father the opportunity to come to this great country with, again, you heard me, his $1.75. And that's what started the trajectory of my life, where I became, of course, a Marine, a business owner, CEO of certain organizations, and then a delegate, and now Lieutenant Governor, second in command. Now I have to tell you, I am like everyone. I wanted to wait until every single ballot was counted, just because I have faith. And I wanted to wait. I wanted to wait because I know that God had called me for this purpose. And so remember now that God has called prophets. And sometimes the prophets were even beaten and some of them were killed. And so we understand that victory to the Lord looks a lot different than what we think of as victory. Victory starts with obedience. Obedience. Never forget that. So, before I say anything else, although I've said everything, I want to thank you because you believed in me. You who voted for me and who worked so hard to make our dream for Virginia come true. I still want to continue to thank God for this journey and his grace that brought me again to this wonderful country, this wonderful Commonwealth. And a special gratitude goes to my family, my wonderful husband of 39 years, and my wonderful children, Janelle and Katja. have to tell you, I think I learn more in a loss than I ever do in a victory. And I think there's just something about that. And it builds you. It's either going to tear you apart or it's going to build you. Well, I don't tear apart. I have God. I don't tear apart. I don't think we came up short. I think we tried very, very hard. So many had counted me out for so long. And it's an amazing thing to watch. And we just kept plugging and plugging. And so I want to say to our young people here, remember that life has ups and downs. You must never stay down. There is nothing down there. You must always rise. It's one life that you have, and it must be lived to the fullest. Your life has purpose. You have purpose. I have just called Abigail, and she did not answer, and she doesn't have to answer. No, she doesn't have to answer. I think she's busy. So it went to voicemail, and I left her a voicemail, and I asked her to please consider all of us Virginians, that she will represent all of us and not just some of us. And I wished her success. If she is successful, Virginia will be successful. That's what I wish for her. And I asked her to support policies that will unite us, that will not divide us, that will strengthen our families and keep us safe. And that if I can ever be of help doing that, I'm here. I'm ready to volunteer. After all, apparently I have nothing else to do. But volunteering isn't something that's new to me. I mean, I ran a men's prison ministry. One of the best things I think
there
I've
given
done.
by the Virginia gubernatorial candidate, Winston Earl Sales, because we do have a projection for you. Mikey Sherrill of New Jersey will be the next governor of the Garden State. The Democratic Congresswoman has had a commanding lead over Republican Jack Ciattarelli since polls closed tonight. Although they were neck and neck in the polls ahead of today's election, this marks the first time in 60 years that New Jersey voted for a governor from the same party for 3 consecutive terms. Now we go over to Tiffany Meier.
All right, Kevin, thank you. Steve, thank you. We're going over to Kevin now to break down all the numbers. I know you've been busy crunching all the numbers. So let's actually start with New Jersey, biggest, latest news right there. What were the counties that helped Mikey Sherrill cement her lead?
Well, yeah, so Passaic County, this is a county that runs through her congressional district that she represents, and she's got a 20-point margin there. I mean, that's with 38% of the vote, and there's still a lot of wiggle room, but if you just look back to the recent presidential race, President Trump flipped this county. It was blue in 2020 when President Biden carried it, but, just like I said, that's a very critical county. Phil Murphy carried it by about 4 points when he won the state, and so with a 20-point advantage, again, still early in the night, that is definitely a big tell sign. I mean, there's no reason why anyone who does that well in that critical area would have any disadvantage. So this call makes quite a bit of sense when you start to carve up the state.
And what are the numbers telling us so far in terms of voters turning out? Because this is an off year. How is that comparing to some of the previous years?
Well, yeah. So, I mean, you had 1 million votes at about 63% in for the leader here. And then you look back when Phil Murphy carried it, that's, 1.3 million. So, I mean, again, it's a comparable turnout, maybe, just plus or minus, but, nothing like what we saw in the presidential race, of course. But still, for a governor's race, you got a sizable turnout here. I mean, 800,000 votes for Jack Ciattarelli, again, at 60% in or so. That just means that people wanted to vote. They really wanted to make their voices heard. And of course, Mikey Sherrill picking up the win with the projection. I mean, it makes sense.
And if we can, New York's polls closed just about a half hour ago. Of course, quite, maybe Mamdani has a pretty comfortable lead, you can say. But as they were saying earlier, some of those numbers are still being counted now, a lot of the people who voted today. So What are the counties to watch for as the night progresses here?
Well, it's very interesting. You see Staten Island is purple. Andrew Cuomo, as a Democrat, won this as a Democrat going for governor. And it was obviously red back in 2021 when Curtis Sliwa made a shot at the top office in the city. But, Cuomo is definitely picking up a lot of steam throughout the night. And we've seen that lead that Mamdani's had shrink as more counties come in, but that's 8 points. So he's definitely the favorite here. I mean, he's looking like he's definitely in the chance to take the mayor's office. I mean, you look at this, if you were to add up Sliwa's votes with Cuomo's, I mean, that would be about 48, 49 points. You're looking at just maybe under what Mamdani has. So certainly from what I gather here is that Cuomo is taking votes away from Mamdani, but he's taking just a little bit more away from Sliwa. So it seems, at least at this stage, I mean, 60% in, Curtis Sliwa may be, so to speak, the spoiler in this case, because I mean, again, if you were to just take Sliwa out of the picture, you're putting Cuomo possibly at a much greater advantage. And I'll just take you through a tour through the boroughs really quick. Brooklyn, this is the borough that has the youngest average age, and that's where you see a 22-point margin for Zoran Mamdani. That's very big. That's the biggest. I mean, even Queens, that's his home borough. That's where he was representing in the state assembly. That's only a 4-point advantage. Bronx, you have the lowest income. Again, you have a big margin, 11 points. Staten Island, this is predominantly white. Then that's obviously where Cuomo's winning. Sliwa, it's more Republican country, so to speak. But then Manhattan, this is the highest income. You got a 9-point margin, which is less than, like I said, Brooklyn and also the Bronx.
In terms of numbers so far, many are saying this is a record turnout for off year for New York City. A lot of people coming out. What would be, maybe the biggest marginal differences from what we're seeing playing out tonight versus the latest polls? Like, how comfortable of a lead will Mamdani have?
Well, what I see possibly happening is that lead shrinking, but still Mamdani pulling this one off. But in terms of the turnout, what you're seeing right now is about double the turnout that you saw 4 years ago in the 2021 mayoral race. So that is just huge. You're not quite seeing that turnout from the 2024 presidential election, but it's close. I mean, you got projected 2 million people coming out to vote versus 1 million, 4 million 4 years ago.
Definitely a very fascinating breakdown there, and we will be back with a lot more coverage. But right now you're going to be looking at a live feed into the Curtis Sliwa campaign in Manhattan. So we'll be tuning in there, and we'll have a lot more coverage in just a minute. Stay with us.
Mix Fix is a custom formulated, full-spectrum organic detox product to achieve better health and overall function. It's not just the longevity of life, but quality of life. There are other products out there, but they lack the quality that Mix Fix provides. Detoxifying your body 3 to 4 times per year may be the single most important thing you can do, and our detox mix was designed specifically to do it and do it right. Just scan the QR code and detox your body today.
Get your home ready for the holidays with Black Friday deals at Mathis Home. They have over 100 dining sets in stock with the styles you like at incredible values. Take your pick. This cottage set has 4 storage drawers, the table, bench, and 4 side chairs, just $7.99. This marble top set comes with 4 chairs and a bench covered in a soft velvet fabric. Get all 6 pieces for just $7.99 with fast delivery absolutely free. Get the lowest prices of the year with Black Friday deals at your furniture superstore, Mathis Home.
Don't wait. Call now to find out about our Medicare plan.
Why do we have to sit through so many Medicare commercials this time of year? It's endless.
Good question, Edith. I'm glad you asked. We see so many commercials this time of year because it's the only time, other than special circumstances, when Medicare recipients can change their plan for Part C. Original Medicare only covers Parts A and B, but a Medicare Advantage plan has additional benefits that Original Medicare doesn't offer.
So now's the time to fill those spaces?
That's right, Archie. And every year, there are changes to what benefits you may receive from your Part C plan. Call right now to find out what plan best suits your needs.
It's easy, don't delay. Pick up the phone and call today.
Call now for your free Medicare review.
1-833-469-1754. 1-833-469-1754.
You may now return to your regularly scheduled programming.
Silver is the precious metal of the future. Judge Napolitano here. Since 2020, the silver price has risen as much as 190%. Why? In each of the last 4 years, rising demand for solar and electric vehicles alone has put silver supply into a deficit. But now there's another industry. AI, data centers, robots, and quantum computing could require so much silver that silver supplies could be obliterated.
Could silver rise another 190% within 5 years? Find out in this new report, The AI Revolution.
I bought silver and my investment is up 85%. With billions being poured into AI, it makes sense to consider silver.
Call Lear Capital to get your free report, The AI Revolution, and see why it could bring record high silver. And with a qualified purchase, get up to $20,000 in bonus silver. Call 800-885-6000. 800-885-6000. 800-885-6000.
And that's a live look at the Zohran Mamdani headquarters in New York City as we await the results for New York City's next mayor. Welcome back to NTD's special live coverage of Election Night 2025.
And if you're just tuning in, polls have just closed in New York City. About half an hour ago, polls have already closed in Virginia and New Jersey as well.
And we do have an NTD election update for all of those races. Let's bring those results up now and take a look. As we can see, New York City mayor's race is still coming in with 60% of the vote in. Mamdani is projected to be the next mayor of New York City. And as you can see, has a sizable lead there over Cuomo with 41%, Mamdani 49%, projected to be the next mayor of New York City. And as you can see, the Democrat in New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, is projected to be the next governor there. Democrats, Virginia, Democratic governor, projected governor-elect Abigail Spanberger, projected to win with 68% of the vote in. And there you see in Virginia, the lieutenant governor's race, Ghazala Hazmi projected to win that race. And we're still waiting to call the Virginia's Attorney General's race, still too close to call with 68% of the vote in. Slight edge for the Democrat, Jay Jones, over Jason Meier, 51 to roughly 48.5%. So lots of results still to come in. Democrats appear to be having a very strong night tonight. Tiff, you're with NTD's Kevin Hogan over at the Election Hub. Help walk us through some of the data.
That's right, Steve. Let's go over to Kevin now. Lots happening right there. A lot of races I want to get to, but in terms of New York right now, most of the nation's focus seems to be on the Big Apple. So walk us through what's happening. Any areas Mamdani's outperforming, underperforming?
Right. So overall, you see that 8-point lead that Mamdani has at 60%, and that's very similar to what some of these polls are projecting. maybe a 10-point spread between him and Cuomo. Again, you just drill down in some of these boroughs in Queens. That's a tighter race, but still, that's a 4.5-point lead that he has. So even like Cuomo, for example, look, he's taking up votes from Sliwa, but that's just not quite enough to put him over the edge to get to that 46% of the vote that Zohran Mamdani has. And again, you're talking a massive turnout election compared to 4 years ago. So certainly New Yorkers definitely want to have they want to make sure. Now, we actually do have an NTD projection. We have Mamdani taking this whole gambit right now. So he is projected to be the next mayor of New York City, which is not surprising given the numbers that you see. I mean, 60% in with that commanding lead, Tiff.
And any counties stand out to you? I know numbers are still coming in, but with this, projection, what's maybe adding to his victory right here? Anything stand out?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, in Manhattan, you see that 30,000 vote gap that Zohran Mamdani has over former Governor Andrew Cuomo. That's really going to help, obviously. And like I said, we've already called this race, but I mean, that's about, let's say about just under 100,000 votes that spread is. So that 30,000 really comes in. And if you just come down here to Staten Island, I mean, this is a key part of this race. Cuomo was able to pick up 55%. Back in 2021, that was Sliwa country. I mean, you had 66% of the vote that he's getting. That's 70,000 votes. Whereas here in this race, I mean, this is a massive turnout election, about twice as many, but yet Cuomo is only able to pick up the same amount of votes, 70,000. So maybe if that were double, he would have had a better chance to get, anywhere near Zoran Mamdani, but that's just not what we're seeing, Tiff.
I want to dig into that a little bit, as you just pointed out right there. Any other areas where if, all of the ticket had gone to Cuomo, he might have had a chance?
Well, I mean, for example, even if you just look at Brooklyn here, you add up the 5 points that Sliwa has to Cuomo's 35 points. You're getting at 40 points. You're still at a huge deficit because, again, Brooklyn, it's a hot, hip area. A lot of young people in that area. So, I mean, we've seen the polls talking about how the youth, favors more of this progressive candidate in the boroughs here in New York City. So, again, you're just not seeing that. Even if Sliwa were out of the race, I mean, here, okay, maybe in Queens, you could see like 10 points, 41, that adds up to greater than Mamdani, but it's just not the same story here anyway. I mean, 7 plus 39, I mean, it's talking 46. He's still short, so it's just not enough, and obviously, thus the call.
Very fascinating breakdown. I'm sure Steve and the panel would love to comment on all of that. So, Steve, I'll let you take it away from here.
Thank you, Tiff and Kevin. And we are joined again by former Ambassador Carla Sands with the America First Policy Institute, as well as Democratic strategist Madeline Somerville. We're also here with Kerry Smith, host of NTD Programs, and Democratic strategist Denny Salas. It's really great to have everybody at the desk here. So one of the more controversial aspects of the New York City mayoral candidate, Zoran Mamdani, has been his stance on Israel. I want to play a clip from Mamdani and Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa on the debate stage.
Let me speak on behalf of my two sons. When they've heard some of the statements you've made, like in support of global jihad, and I hear some people out there saying the Jews, their time is due, which means the same thing. They're frightened, they're scared. They view you as the arsonist who fanned the flames of anti-Semitism.
I have never, not once, spoken in support of global jihad. That is not something that I have said, and that continues to be ascribed to me, and frankly, I think much of it has to do with the fact that I am the first Muslim candidate to be on the precipice of winning this election.
So, Kerry, I'll start with you. It's oftentimes what a candidate doesn't say as opposed to what they say. Mamdani's faced a lot of criticism for refusing to condemn the phrase globalize the intifada, though he says he does discourage it. Do you think that has unsettled some voters, and for good reason?
I think so, because he originally said that he would not condemn that phrase, right? Because he said it's not the job of a mayor to police speech, which I agree, it's not your job to police speech, but this is just asking for you to weigh in on an issue, like to have moral clarity on an issue of whether it's good or bad to say globalize the intifada, which essentially means violent revolution and murder of Jews. So he first said he would not condemn that, which I thought his reasoning was bizarre. And then he moved to saying, well, I will start to discourage it now. And it reminds me of his movement on the issue of police in New York, where he had said many times that he wanted to defund the police, many times on Twitter in 2020, around those years. He said the police are racist, that they're anti-queer, and then he eventually walked that back. What concerns me about it, what I find unsettling about it, is that it's good to change your opinions on things when you're presented with new evidence. I've certainly changed. I vote for Republicans now. I've changed my opinion on things. But I didn't see from him anything that would indicate that his change in stance was anything other than political. Like there was no process of, here's how I changed my mind on the phrase globalize the intifada and why I will discourage it now. Like, here's how I came to that change of opinion. And so to me, it came off as insincere.
Talk to us, if you could, about your change of heart. And you said that you voted for Republicans. You voted for Democrats previously?
Yes. So as I said earlier, I voted for Democrats for 20 years, and I was in a very specific part of the left that is now colloquially known as the woke left. Back then, we called it social justice, and I picked it up. Like a lot of kids are doing, I picked it up at university, at Duke University. I was maybe in the first wave of people who were indoctrinated with it, because that was a while ago now, not to age myself, but I picked it up then, and I was a true believer in it, and I believed that this was liberalism, and I started to wake up around the 2016 election. I went down a rabbit hole on YouTube of watching videos of leftists attacking Trump supporters quite violently, like bloodying them, mobbing them, throwing eggs at them, and it was also around the time that there was a shooting. We saw this violent extremist activity in Dallas where this sniper killed people at a BLM rally. Anyway,
was there a specific issue that just was like an aha moment that you had?
Well, those things definitely, I didn't leave the woke cult immediately, but those things shook my confidence that I knew what the truth was. Because I had up until that point believed Trump supporters are violent, they're all racist, misogynists, all conservatives are evil. And to see people that were quote unquote on my side behaving in all the ways that I believed the other side did, it just shook my faith in my ability to know what was real. And that stuck with me, so.
We're running low on time here, unfortunately. Maddie, I want to get your thoughts on the nature of Zohran Mamdani's candidacy. Right now, we're seeing so much tension in the Middle East. We saw in Columbia University in New York City a lot of pro-Gaza, pro-Palestine folks protesting. That became very messy. The Jewish community in New York, by and large, is very unsettled by his candidacy, and now it's a totally different situation. What would you say to the Jewish community in New York?
Yeah, well, first of all, being Jewish, I heard the fact that he wouldn't condemn the phrase "globalize the Intifada" when I was on the air, and so when I was aware of that, I was caught totally off guard and immediately was worried. And so our first reaction and immediate reaction is, okay, here we go again, one more time. But I think that your point about moral clarity is very well taken. I think that is something that people, I guess, were willing to forego. And it seems like that's the case with both sides, right? That people are sometimes willing to forego moral clarity because they like the rest of what the person stands for, or they trust them ultimately, or they're willing to sacrifice something,
We do have an NTD projection, and we are projecting Zohran Mamdani will be the next mayor of New York City. He'll be the first ever Democratic Socialist mayor of the Big Apple. Not too surprising of a result based on the polls, but in principle, it is unprecedented, as Mamdani had been leading in those polls. This is the most high-profile race that we'll see this evening. It'll be interesting to see what his economic policies will bring to the world's biggest financial hub. We'll be right back with more coverage of Election 2025 right here on NTD. Meantime, you're looking at a live look at the Mamdani headquarters in New York City. And again, NTD has projected Zohran Mamdani will be the next mayor of the nation's largest city. Much more to come. Stay with us.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back in stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings, regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
I didn't ask to lose my mother or to be abused at 5 years old. I didn't ask to be kicked out of my house with nowhere to go. I just can't. I'm so sorry. I didn't ask for any of this. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there. Thanks to their love and support, and to generous people like you, I got what I needed to take control of my life.
For the young people who didn't ask to be put in unthinkable situations, Covenant House is there providing safety, hope, and a brighter future. Call or go online now. For a gift of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can provide hot meals, safe shelter, medical care, and love to more than 2,000 young people who sleep at a Covenant house every night. 1 in 10 young adults will experience homelessness this year. Your gift can help reach them when they need it most.
I didn't ask for my parents and my family to disown me. I didn't ask to end up in a homeless shelter. The beauty of it all is that I found Covenant House.
The need is overwhelming, but your monthly support will make sure no young person is ever turned away. Call or go online right now to safeplacetosleep.org with your gift of just $19 a month. With your monthly donation, you'll receive this soft, comforting blanket as a reminder of the warmth and safety your gift will provide a young person tonight.
Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today. If there's no Covenant House, where would I be today?
Your monthly gift is urgently needed to reach young people in communities like yours who didn't ask to be put in unthinkable situations. Show them they're loved and not alone. Call the number on your screen or go online to safeplacetosleep.org.
My name is Steve Lance, and I am the Washington, D.C. Bureau Chief for NTD News, and I also host the Capitol Report. NTD broadcasts via satellite into China, actually. If you have a satellite dish positioned in a certain way, you'll be able to receive the NTD broadcast. And you can imagine in a country where there is no freedom of the press, there's no freedom of speech, and all of the media is state-run, that poses a significant threat to the Chinese Communist Party. And so they've gone to great lengths to influence and subvert that effort. And I think we're on probably our 13th company, all because the CCP has went after every company who has provided that satellite to stop working with us. So the impact and the role that NTD and the Epoch Times has had, not just on China and the Chinese people, but to the rest of the world, has been incalculable. It's not just Chinese people that have been misled by the CCP, but here in the West, the CCP has infiltrated every level of our society, whether it be our universities through Confucius Institutes and CSSAs, Chinese Student and Scholar Associations, or Hollywood, or the media. The Epoch Times and NTD have been reporting and documenting and raising awareness about the CCP and allowing people in the West to understand what is taking place in the largest communist country in the world. Some of the founding journalists in China initially were arrested and sentenced for 10 years, and the extent of what happened to them may still be unknown. When you understand how this company was founded, who founded it, and why they did it, and what they sacrificed, it's really something special.
You're looking live at the Jack Ciattarelli headquarters in New Jersey. NTD has called that governor's race for Mikey Sherrill. Welcome back to NTD's special live coverage of Election Night 2025.
And if you're just tuning in, polls closed in New York City just about an hour ago. Polls have also closed in Virginia and New Jersey, where we've been tracking tonight's key races. We'll be sure to keep you updated on all of the latest election results throughout the evening. Right now, let's go to NTD's Mari Otsu and Jason Blair, who are covering the New Jersey governor's race. So, Mari, what is the mood like at Ciattarelli's watch party, and has it changed since the night has developed?
Hey guys, yeah, so the venue here is packed and the event is still lively, despite moments ago the race being called in favor of Sherrill. Many Ciattarelli supporters are still expressing to NTD the confidence in their character and the vision of Jack Ciattarelli, and saying what brought them here tonight. And New Jersey Assemblyman Mike in Ganamore tells NTD that the fight will continue. Take a look.
What I'm seeing being counted so far is a lot of the early vote, which we expected Mikey Sherrill to do well with that segment of the vote population. So we are still optimistic about the night. But regardless, we have a duty in the legislature. I hope and expect to be reelected to the legislature tonight. And if we are going to be working with Mikey Sherrill as our governor, you bet we're going to hold her accountable.
The reason why I'm coming out tonight is because when Trump endorsed him, Trump has a business background, so does Jack Ciattarelli. Because I'm on a committee to put bikers together with Trump, I know in my heart that Trump and Jack will work partner if they haven't already.
There's nobody going to stop Jack winning tonight. He's going to win because he is for the people of New Jersey.
I have never been this enthusiastic about a gubernatorial race, and New Jersey sucks right now.
No more sanctuary city, any city in New Jersey. Cops will not be handcuffed anymore.
He's the worst governor we've ever had. He's a radical leftist. He's not even from this state. But if Mikey Sherrill succeeds him, she'll make him look like Ronald Reagan. She's a radical leftist.
So we've been suffering for all these years from Democrats, the crazy party. They're taking us down. It's time to come back. His logo is, it's time. Now it's time.
Jack is smart. He's on the mark. He's battle hardened from the last time. Look at the enthusiasm. We want New Jersey to be great again, and I think Jack Ciattarelli is the only one who could do it.
And Jack Ciattarelli just seconds ago has taken the stage to very long applause with several supporters telling me before that maybe they'll need to move. God has forsaken New Jersey, and some others still saying that they have fight left in them. Back to you.
We're going to tune in right now to Jack Ciattarelli's speech.
More disappointed than I am. But I'm proud of the efforts of my team that are here tonight. As John F. Kennedy once said, life's not always fair, but I am proud of the effort we put forth. I'm proud of the message we communicated each and every day. 2 miles from here, 100 years ago, my grandparents settled in Raritan Borough. My grandfather worked his way up as a laborer and became a very successful independent contractor. And my parents were very successful middle-class people, worked very, very hard each and every day for their family. My mom worked midnights on the line for J&J. My dad worked 38 years as a union pipe fitter for public service gas distribution out of Plainfield. There were a number of years in which they owned a restaurant bar. Today you know it as Espo's if you're from these parts. In the 60s, 70s, it was known as Anthony's. My mom worked midnights. She ran the restaurant bar by day. My dad worked by day. He ran that restaurant bar by night. And every dime they made went to their 4 children. The roof over our head, clothes on our back, the meal on table, and our education. I was the only one of their 4 children that went to college, Seton Hall University. I figured there were a few pirates in the room. My parents never lived with any degree of insecurity that they couldn't provide a comfortable middle-class life through hard work.
And right now on screen, Mikey Sherrill is giving her victory speech, so we'll be toggling between both of the speeches happening right now in New Jersey. That's happening on your screen.
The American Revolution, turning the tide for our young nation at the battles of Trenton and Princeton. We offered prosperity as we built the nation during the Industrial Revolution. We've been the cradle of scientific discovery, inventing everything from the light bulb to the laser. Liberty and prosperity. I've seen the genius in that motto over the last year because both are essential in our democracy. And as the president is backing away from this ideal, cutting SNAP, ripping away health care, terminating Gateway, we here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future for our children. We see how clearly important liberty is. We know that no one in our great state is safe when our neighbors are targeted, ignoring the law and the Constitution. But prosperity is equally essential. Liberty alone is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country, that shouldn't be too much to ask. But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more. And in this state, I am determined to build prosperity for all of our citizens. And I've heard from thousands of you about what liberty and prosperity mean to you, what it's going to take for your family to thrive. So I hear you, Newark. I'm going to work with communities from the ground up so all of our neighbors thrive. I hear you, Shem, so I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day one to drive down your utility costs. I hear you, Westfield, so I'm going to make sure our kids are safe online and schools have the resources they need to address the mental health crisis. I hear you, Jersey City, so I'm going to hold government accountable, balancing individual liberty with collective responsibility, ensuring people are safe, healthy, educated, and free to pursue their dreams. I hear you, New Jersey. Good government doesn't just manage problems, it solves them. So I'm going to continue to listen and work with you to move our state forward, because I have learned so much as I've traveled our state. Our innovations, our businesses, our inventors and entrepreneurs have amazed me, but it's the people that have left the biggest mark, especially those who are fighting for prosperity for their entire communities. I was moved during my block walk in Trenton with Shanique as she spoke so passionately about the promise of her city and her neighbors despite the challenges. I love the group of young men from Monroe who've been hard at work on this campaign. They want a seat at the table and they're ready to fight for their future. The little girls who come up to me to say that they're going to be a governor or they're going to be a president. It reminds me of my own belief that anything was possible. Akeem's team, who worked their butts off, knocked over 60,000 doors. Akeem told me these are not the kids who will succeed in Trump's vision of this country, but they will in mine. The men and women in labor. Union jobs at a time when our economy is set up to make it harder and harder for working people. You know what? They don't just fight for their brothers and sisters in labor. They fight for all of us. For working families everywhere, so everyone has a shot. So thank you. Thank you to each and every person here tonight and across the state who's worked hard over the last year. Thanks to the thousands of volunteers who made millions of calls, texts, and canvases. To everyone who's ready to stand and demand a better future for our kids and our families. To my running mate, Dr. Dale Caldwell. You've already served our state so well, and I'm proud to have you by my side as we embark upon this new chapter for New Jersey. To my team, who put together a campaign the likes of this state has never seen, and helped in our efforts to create a great future for New Jersey. And thanks to my family. Who put up with.
And there you have Mikey Sherrill, the next governor of New Jersey, putting her stamp on a successful evening. We're going to come over to NTD's Data Hub with Kevin Hogan. Kevin, a lot of the big races have since been called. New York, New Jersey, the Virginia gubernatorial. The only one left appears to be Virginia's AG race. What are you seeing?
Well, there's good reason for that because this is shaping up to be a very, very close race. We'll just jump back really quick to 4 years ago. Meier's pulled this off with just under 1 point. So historically, it's a very close race. Right now, we have about 400,000 votes to go, so it could go either way. But again, Jay Jones, the Democrat, with that 4.5 point lead at 87% in, that is commanding. But we're going to see some very red flags for Meier and some of these counties here. We're going to drill down into them to start to understand this. Fredericksburg, again, not a high.
Kevin, red flags indeed. We do have an NTD projection. And right now we are projecting Jay Jones to be the next Attorney General of the state of Virginia. This was the one that Republicans were hoping to squeeze out. It does not appear that they will do so. Jay Jones, Democratic candidate, now Attorney General-elect. That's with 87% of the vote in. Kevin, here we are. We're still in Virginia's AG race. What do you make of this?
Yes, it makes perfect sense because we see Jason Meier is underperforming in a lot of key areas, and that's going to be very costly. Thus, the call. Obviously, like I said, Fredericksburg. You look back 4 years ago, Mark Herring, he lost the state, but he carried this county by 23 points. Zoom up to the last presidential election, Harris 31, and then Meier's even 1 more point. So just showing that general trend, and that's just not something that Meier could come back from. Again, you go down to Spotsylvania, it's the same story. He's got a lead, 5 points. But look, when he had this back in 2021, that's 19 points. Again, high population county. You're talking, 50,000 voters right there just in that one area. You come down here just south of the Capitol, and you look at Colonial Heights. Again, 2021, he had a 47-point margin. Now he's just coming up short, 32 points, 97% of the vote, and you can't come back from that. You swing out all the way to Republican country here, deep red area, 61%, out in Carroll County. But you look back, he's got to hit his metrics. That's 66 points. So again, he's just fallen short consistently, and that's why you see the call, and we can give you a roundup on the other races, but this is done.
It is done, and Jay Jones, the Attorney General-elect there in Virginia, somewhat of a controversial candidate because of those text messages, but you can see the gap. He did close in, Meier, as the Republican. Show us sort of the delta between the way he performed to the governor's race.
Well, yeah, so we can zoom out a bit and just clear this up and take a look here. So, you look at the governor's race that has been called, you're seeing at 89% in, which is quite a lot, huge margins for Abigail Spanberger. That's 13.9% ahead. That margin can shrink as the night goes on, or it can expand, but still at that point, that's wide because historically, this governor's race, very close. You just look back 4 years ago, it was decided by just 2 points when Republican Glenn Youngkin carried it. And of course, just for comparison, the presidential election, Harris won it, a commanding lead, about 6 points. But here, again, at 87%, and pardon me, we're still on the Attorney General. Let's get back to the governors. You're talking 13-plus point advantage for the Democrat.
And just for fun, while we're talking about the nation, take us into the Norfolk area, Jamestown, sort of Virginia Beach, where our founders sort of originated.
Yeah, right. So exactly, Virginia Beach. This is kind of a purpley area. You look here. Harris was able to carry it, but Governor Youngkin took it back in 2021 with an 8-point lead. But right here, you see Spanberger consistently. Again, only about half the votes counted, but still showing up. People showing up. And then you move over to the Norfolk area. Again, these are the population centers, Democrat stronghold. You want to see high margins for the Democrat if you're rooting for the blue. That's 50 points she has there at 91%. And when, Terry McAuliffe carried the county, losing the state, you only had 35. So that's a 15-point swing to the Democrat that we're seeing right here. So, that just goes to show you why the statewide margins are so high here in 2025.
And just out of curiosity, we talked earlier about sort of the 2021 election, a lot of those social culture issues driving people to the polls to kind of push Youngkin up. Loudoun, Fairfax, based on 21, and now what are we seeing?
Yeah, so let's just drill down to Loudoun and give you a very clear example here. Back here, when Youngkin carried the state, he only gave up about 11 points here to Terry McAuliffe. But now, you zoom up right here, Abigail Spanberger just boosting that up to 28.8%. People really liked her in that area, and that's part of the reason for her win.
It's amazing stuff. Kevin, great job here. We'll check back in with you shortly. In the meantime, we're going to toss it back over to Tiffany at the desk.
All right, Steve, thank you. And here at the desk, we're joined again by James Lindsay, founder of New Discourses, and Democratic strategist Madeline Somerville. We're also joined by Carrie Smith, host of Deprogrammed, and Democratic strategist David Carlucci. Thank you all so much for being here. Lots of updates right there, David. I want to start with you. You can comment on them, but I'm going to add another update where President Trump has responded. Looks like a very good night for Democrats so far. So he is saying that Trump wasn't on the ballot and shutdown were the two reasons that Republicans lost, according to pollsters. What do you make of that and the good night that Democrats are having?
Yeah, I think some of the lessons we have to follow from this is that Trump has historically really not had coattails when he's not on the ballot. And it's used as a tool really for Democrats to excite people to come out and vote against Donald Trump. So this is something I think Republicans need to pay attention to as well. And I think it's a trap that many have fallen into in the GOP, that President Trump, with his strong, leadership style, many see it as having that, puppet master mentality, both in Congress and in the Senate. That is kind of dangerous as we're leading up to the midterms, that you give all this power to Donald Trump and he won't be there to protect you in the midterms. He's not going to be on the ballot. So I think this will be a wake-up call, and I think you might start seeing some Republicans try to put some daylight between themselves and Donald Trump, if possible. But I think that would be smart for Republicans to start to do.
And James, on that note, in terms of the results we just saw in New Jersey and, of course, in New York, different races, governor versus mayor. But there are some similarities. If you look at Mikey Sherrill and Mamdani, both were saying, they're running a lot on the cost of affordability, both saying they want to freeze rent and also calling out ICE agents wearing masks. Some have said Mamdani is a socialist, some calling him a communist, right? But what do you make of the similarities between Sherrill and Mamdani and how well they're doing tonight?
I mean, there's obviously some similarities where we saw in Virginia with Spanberger make no mention whatsoever of kind of, the woke magic words, diversity, equity, whatever, not a single mention. You do hear these kinds of things coming out from Sherrill. She's talking about the mental health crisis in schools and saying that the government's going to step in to help that or solve that, which how in the world that's supposed to work, I don't know. That's one of the biggest kind of nightmare situations for the Republicans is to have, and for conservatives in the country, to have the schools take more responsibility away from parents rights being a big issue. So we'll see how that plays out. And then you also hear her saying, that we're going to balance individual liberty. This really stuck out to me. Balance individual liberty with collective responsibility. And that is going to send a shiver down all the conservatives in this country's spine. They're going to seize on that. And I think rightly, and of course, that's the same kind of rhetoric that you're hearing from Mamdani. You're going to have this, the government is going to come solve your problems. There's something called collective responsibility that flies in the face of the individual liberty and self-governance that our country was founded on. And so the similarity there is that these very mid-Atlantic areas, New York City and New Jersey, want to have this experiment in whatever collective responsibility through the government means. And it's going to be a very interesting development to see how that plays out in both of these domains.
I see you chomping at the bit. I want to add another question, though, before you answer those. With the wins we're seeing tonight, what does this mean for the direction of the Democratic Party as a whole?
Yeah, so a couple of things. Addressing the speech itself, I think that I also picked up on the liberty issue there. When I was a speechwriter for the Senate Democratic Caucus in Georgia, they had the Faith and Freedom Breakfast for the Republicans, and I begged the Democrats to have like the Hope and Liberty Breakfast. Republicans don't have a monopoly on freedom, right? Why are they the only ones? Why are y'all the only ones that get to talk about freedom, right? And I think she should have just stopped there. Right, with the comment. We should have just stopped there. Actually, there was a lot of evidence that whoever wrote Kamala's speeches wrote this speech here. I heard a lot of just as a speechwriter, I would nerd out on that. But I think the comment Trump wasn't on the ballot. So we saw with AOC in her district that people would vote for her and vote for Trump, and everyone was very surprised by that. But I wasn't, and I think that this is another example of that. I think people think they took care of the ideology issue, whether it was like the transgender issue or whatever the ideological thing that they're passionate about, by voting for Trump. And so now people feel like they can vote for somebody who has the right affordability message, right? I took care of the ideological thing by voting for the president, and now we're moving in a different direction, right? So now I'm going to balance that out by voting Democrat. I really do think that that's how it works. And Trump is going to say what he's going to say about not being on the ballot.
And Karen, I'll bring you into this conversation. What do you make of, what David was saying earlier in terms of the Republican Party and the direction or directionless it's having under, an election where President Trump isn't on the ballot? Where do you see, the Republican Party going?
Well, I think it's hard to make a judgment about that when we're just talking about 3 races that are in places like New York City, which traditionally goes Democratic, or New Jersey, where we did close the gap in a lot of ways. So I think nationally, Trump voters are very pleased with the job he's been doing. I keep hearing from people on the left that we have buyer's remorse or we're upset, and I'm like, no, this term's great. I mean, I do not like his backtracking on the Epstein files. I would say that's the one thing that I've been disappointed about. But when it comes to immigration, when it comes to the border, ICE, I'm fully supportive of him doing deportations of people who are here illegally. I'm supporting his messaging about men and women's bathrooms, and I've been very happy with what he's trying to do with DOGE and reduce the size of government and get rid of excess spending. So I don't think it's a bad thing to have Trump support at all. I think it's, nationally at least, I think it's still a good thing.
I think we are seeing a lot in terms of different polls, right? When you look into Republicans who support what President Trump's doing, numbers is pretty high, maybe not the highest it should be from, the Trump campaign perspective. In terms of the Democratic supporters, you are seeing quite a lot wanting the party as a whole to be more progressive. But there are also a wing that would like the older school Democratic dynamics there, if you will. David, how are you watching all of this unfold? This is 3 states, to Carrie's point, right? Do you see that maybe replicated on the national level?
Yeah, I think there's a playbook depending on where you are in the country. And it could be the playbook to win in a place like Virginia or New Jersey. And you saw these candidates play to those strengths in those states. And so I think that's what we see, where it's not a monolith. There's multiple different fractions here. And I think the Democrats need to think of themselves as a coalition, right? I used to get upset with many of my friends in the Democratic Party as someone that considers themselves a pragmatist. I try to get legislation passed, and maybe it's not the full loaf that we wanted, but it's a good portion of it. And sometimes we let perfect be the enemy of the good. And I'm hopeful that Democrats can see this as most of the world sees government, as a coalition. And even within the Democratic Party, we have to have a coalition between the moderate wing, between the left wing, between Democratic Socialists, and that can work together. And I think as we move forward, you'll see some of that moderation. But I think the lessons we'll see will be more geared towards what Spanberger did and less of what Mondami did nationwide.
On that note of Democratic Socialists, because we just had the results there of New York on screen there, James, I want to bring you into this conversation. We saw earlier, one of the earlier hits with Dave Martin, the favorability of, or the word socialism in New York especially, was pretty high. What do you make of that trend, if you will, of favoring or viewing socialism in a favorable light? What does that mean for our nation if it's not just New York, but it starts spreading to other states as well?
Well, it's going to be a problem because, as I just keep saying again and again, socialism doesn't work, but it's very easy to get caught up. What I heard a lot of the, the people at the Mondami party or whatever it is, they were talking with kind of this, oh, I hope this works and I hope that works. But they had this sense of doubt. Do you think it'll work? Well, I don't know, but I hope it will. Mm-hmm. Right? So there's this hope and doubt. Their intuition is saying this is kind of risky, and it's not risky. This is an experiment that's been run hundreds of times through history. It's a catastrophe every single time. So what's going to happen is, as this attitude spreads, or if this attitude spreads, what we're going to do is see more people decide that they want change, that they want this label, that they want to try this experiment, and this experiment doesn't work. So it's going to be a big threat to the country. Unfortunately, it's been pushed very, very heavily through both education and social media propaganda, some of which is not coming from inside the United States. And our young people spend more time learning from TikTok than they do from their schools, which might actually be kind of good at the moment, I don't know. But in both cases, what we're getting is a misdirection of youth away from the individual liberty and personal responsibility that builds wealth, builds success, builds self-worth, and into this kind of dependency model. And it's a very troubling development in the United States.
I want to expand on that in my question to you, Madeline, because we did see the Wall Street Journal, a new columnist for the Wall Street Journal, Matthew Conanetti, saying that, when he looks at Mamdani's young coalition, he calls it something called the barista proletariat, because he says these are overschooled but treading water economically, so they don't have good professional prospects. New York City is an expensive city to live in, and so he's saying they're tapping into their left-leaning socialist education for answers, affordability again, right? And then he was also kind of zooming out a bit, saying that this is a very special group that you're seeing inside New York that's helping Mamdani. That's very hard to replicate at the national scale outside of major metros. So what do you make of his assessment? And then if these young people are perhaps going to regret their vote if the affordability doesn't actually become more affordable?
Yeah, I think that's the operative question. And going back to what you said about hope, right? That's exactly what the Democrats wanted to do, was to get that young lady in that clip to say, I hope, right? Because that's what they were able to do with Obama. And I think it's because, right, they were able to sell a version of the future to Democrats where they could see themselves living a happier life. And so I agree, socialism can't work, doesn't work, but maybe democratic socialism does, right? We have put labels on him that he hasn't said himself. And really, I think what we're trying to move towards is something like what they have in Norway or Sweden or another kind of country where healthcare is a human right. I think that's really the fundamental question here that we're avoiding and that no one's talking about, which divides Democrats and Republicans, is do human beings that live in this country have a fundamental right to healthcare and housing and education? Or do they have to earn it in your eyes, right? Which one? And there's a religious component to that too. And so I think that this generation of young voters, by voting the way that they did, are saying, I'm ready to deal with that question and I'm leaning towards human rights for everyone. I think Zoran Mamdani is a human rights candidate. So I think we can all take a little breath, because he's not a communist, he's not a socialist, he's a democratic socialist, and I think the focus here is on the fact that people are starting to come around to the fact that we are the richest country in the history of the world, and we still don't have fundamental human rights protected.
I think that's a very fascinating conversation that we should be continuing in just a minute, but we are going to go to a very quick break, and we'll continue our special live coverage of election 2025 here on NTD. But right now you are looking at a live feed of the New York Mayor-elect. Zoran Mamdani's headquarters is expected to speak very soon, so we'll bring you that speech as soon as it happens. Stay with us. We'll have a lot more after this quick break.
Don't wait. Call now to find out about our Medicare plan.
Why do we have to sit through so many Medicare commercials this time of year? It's endless.
Good question, Edith. I'm glad you asked. We see so many commercials this time of year because it's the only time, other than special circumstances, when Medicare recipients can change their plan for Part C. Original Medicare only covers Parts A and B, but a Medicare Advantage plan has additional benefits that Original Medicare doesn't offer.
So now's the time to fill those spaces?
That's right, Archie. And every year, there are changes to what benefits you may receive from your Part C plan. Call right now to find out what plan best suits your needs.
It's easy, don't delay. Pick up the phone and call today.
Call now for your free Medicare review.
1-833-469-1754. 1-833-469-1754.
You may now return to your regularly scheduled programming.
Judge Napolitano here. Are you watching gold prices? They're not just rising, they're soaring. In just 12 months, gold has surged to more than $3,700 an ounce. And now, Goldman Sachs, the same experts who predicted that rise, are saying gold could reach $4,500 or more in the next year. So what's behind this historic move? Global currencies are falling and big money is in a panic. That's why big banks and billionaires are buying gold in record amounts. And as long as paper money keeps losing value, they'll keep buying. So do what I did. Buy gold from the only company I trust, Lear Capital. Give them a call today. You'll be glad you did.
Claim your free gold investor kit now
Discover how easy it is to own gold, shipped to you or added to your IRA. Also ask how you can get up to $20,000 in bonus gold with a qualified purchase. Call 800-885-6000. 800-885-6000. 800-885-6000.
Shop the Design Studio by Mathis Home for Black Friday savings on luxury designer furniture. Get factory authorized savings on all the top brands with heirloom quality pieces for every room in your house. Choose from our incredible in-stock selection or let our complimentary design staff help you create a custom look to match your own personal style for less than you ever imagined. Get unmatched luxury at the lowest prices of the year through Black Friday weekend at the Design Studio by Mathis Home.
Mix Fix is a custom formulated, full-spectrum organic detox product to achieve better health and overall function. It's not just the longevity of life, but quality of life. There are other products out there, but they lack the quality that Mix Fix provides. Detoxifying your body 3 to 4 times per year may be the single most important thing you can do, and our detox mix was designed specifically to do it and do it right. Just scan the QR code and detox your body today.
And welcome back. Let's revisit the election results we have so far. So right now, top of the screen, New York's mayoral race. It has been called for Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani with 50.3% of the vote there. A lot of focus on this race across the nation and, of course, here in New York City. In New Jersey's governor race, the Democratic winner there, projected winner, is Meier Sherrill. She has won. And over in Virginia, in terms of the governor's race, the projected winner again is Abigail Spanberger, also the Democrat candidate there. Also in that state for the lieutenant governor's race, another Democrat, Ghazala Hashmi. She's also projected to win in that state. That's Virginia again. And we're going to bring it back in studio here. We have with us a set of great guests, Ambassador Carla Sands, Danny Salas, Amber Duke, and Madeline Somerville. Thank you all so much for being here. A lot of focus, a lot of updates since we've all had all of you here. So, Ambassador, I want to start with you. What do you make of how this night is going? Lots of wins for the Democratic Party. Maybe not that surprising considering this is an off year. And, of course, it's a very Republican trifecta, if you will, right now on Capitol Hill. But how are you reading tonight's results so far?
Tiffany, I think it's a sweep for the Democrats. I mean, they own the night, clearly. We have to give it to them. It's, I think, shocking that Democrats would vote for and elect people who have, said that he'd killed his opposition party member and their children and hoped they would die in the mother's arms. I don't think it's civil discourse, and I think we need to bring civility back into the public square. But it doesn't seem like tonight. We have a jihadi winning and people that have not been civil winning. And President Trump, I think, has some great foils. I don't know. It's disappointing for me on behalf of the Democrat Party. I like to see great people be elected that can really lead their state or their city and make it better.
And Danny, your thoughts? Is this a stain on the Democratic Party?
Look, we know that what you just heard from the ambassador, that's exactly the GOP is going to be using for the Democratic Party now up until whenever Mamdani no longer is in office. We already know that. But look, for tonight, it's a wonderful night for Democrats. Not only did obviously Zohran Mamdani did his thing today in New York City, which was not unexpected, but the margin of victory in New Jersey, that to me was a state that had a great chance for the Republican candidate to actually pull it off, and wasn't even close. That tells you the actual anger that's on that ground where people are feeling it against the Trump administration, and they came out to vote against Trump. I don't know if it was necessarily against Jack, but I'll tell you that it's likely was against Trump. New Jersey was that state to me that's really indicative and reflective of what the national mood may be, and I think you saw what the results were today.
And Amber, your thoughts on what we saw play out in New Jersey and if that is reflecting on President Trump?
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot of unknowns between today, obviously, and the midterm elections. The economy could be in an entirely different place come midterms. We do know that on a generic ballot, Republicans still outperform Democrats. They also have much higher party approval rating, despite any complaints that voters might have about the Trump administration. I also think that this is a warning to Republicans, though, about what happens when Trump is not on the ballot. And they have to start planning ahead for the future, right? Trump has been lifting candidates up via his own bootstraps, effectively, for the past 3 election cycles. And when his name is not there, the Republicans have to figure out how to turn those low and mid propensity voters out for them in these off-year or midterm races. Those are the people who now make up the MAGA coalition, but without Trump's name, the Republicans just haven't figured out how to motivate those people.
And Madeline, in terms of New York, we've seen President Trump already saying in interviews that, he doesn't like Zohran Mamdani, and there's going to be a lot of changes with how the federal government deals with the state of New York now. Of course, he didn't send the National Guard in before. Could we see something like that play out now?
I mean, it's certainly possible. I think the crisis that I would like to pay attention to with the National Guard specifically is the whole surveillance aspect of it. But I think as it pertains to tonight, right? The issue here for Democrats, I think, is that they're just behind the proper message almost every time. And I don't want the Democrats to take the wrong message from this. So you could say, because of this win tonight, that's proof that affordability is the issue, right? That's proof. I think that it's only affordability because the ideological issue has already been taken care of in their minds by voting for Trump. And so now they're like, okay, let's deal with this on a local level. So if the Democrats then say, okay, it's about affordability for the president or for the midterms, you're behind again, right? Rather than letting it naturally sort of coalesce the message and like letting a candidate rise from amongst the people the way that it's supposed to be, I think the Democrats are constantly behind on the message.
Can I add one thing to this on affordability issues? So on the ballot for the New York City election this year, there were 3 propositions that were going to make it easier to build not only affordable housing, but just general housing across the city. They ran 55 to 58% approval right now, or that's how many votes they garnered, running 6, 7, 8 points ahead of what Mamdani did right now. That tells you that at least the Democratic voters, or with some Republicans and independents, that they are looking at affordability. They care about making it easier to do something like build more housing, to actually lower prices so people can actually afford to live in New York City. And that matters. And I think the fact that Mamdani ran below that, it kind of tells you that the quality of the candidate still matters. So I think that's one of the things that I would say and add on to what you stated about Democrats, is that it's not just about the specific issue itself, but it's also the quality of the candidate that they're running.
And their trustworthiness, I think.
Trustworthiness as well.
Ambassador, I want to let you jump in right there.
Really briefly, I also think that the Fed chair keeping the interest rates high, which he has done specifically now, and then the Democrats keeping the government closed, putting pressure also and ginning up more, I would say, more anger. Also, I think, added to the numbers, because that New Jersey race, I am so shocked how far apart they are. I thought they'd at least be a few points apart. You could drive a Mack truck through that.
It's a massive one.
Amber, in terms of the results we saw here in New York, there's also the governor race coming up next year, of course, with Elise Stefanik maybe winning that as a Republican. How likely are we to see that now that Mamdani is set to be the next mayor?
I think it helps Stefanik a lot, because if Mamdani, and this is a big if, is able to implement a lot of these policies that he has campaigned on, and it turns out to not have the intended effect economically, and New Yorkers are suffering, and it looks like he's actually more focused on woke policies and identity politics than maybe he led on the campaign trail, that's a really useful foil for Elise Stefanik to run against. And I think Democrats risk taking the wrong lesson away from Mamdani, which is that, well, true progressivism has never been tried. And so we put up our progressive dream candidate, and look, he smoked the competition. But does that work in the rest of the country? Probably not.
And Madeline, we did see House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries telling CNN that Mamdani is not the face of the new Democratic Party. What is the face then?
We don't have one, and that's by design. And I think that Hakeem Jeffries endorsing Mamdani, like yesterday, immediately before the race, is the problem, right? Just say what you think. I watched so many news anchors to interview him and ask him, what's your opinion? And the fact that he wouldn't say it is the reason why people left the Democratic Party. That's the reason. And it's so frustrating. Just say what you think and how you feel, because they're trying to craft this perfect little message. And if the Democrats should learn anything from Trump, it's that he didn't care about crafting a perfect little message for people. He was going to say exactly what he thought, and what he thought ended up being the perfect little message, because it was truthful to him, right? That was his truth, in a way. But when something comes out of your mouth that really resonates with your heart, people buy it, and that's the authenticity thing. So just wanted to add that piece.
And when Jeffries went on CNN recently and was asked about his last-minute endorsement of Mamdani, he actually wouldn't say Mamdani's name in his answer. He only referred to him as the Democratic nominee.
Oh my God, did that happen?
Yes. I was watching it live. I was like horrified.
Killing me.
Like, it's not a secret who it is.
On that note, I want to dig into some of Mamdani's campaign promises. One of them was to, put for a $30 minimum wage by 2030, also freezing rent, and making fast and free buses. Not just free, they also have to be fast. And then, of course, affordable housing, all of these different things. There's also a lot in terms of education as well. Yeah. Danny, how do you see that playing out? Because, there's also the city council election as well. We'll see how that pans out, and if that's perhaps almost like an opposite veto to the president, right? Like, how do you see all of this happening, or is it going to happen?
It's a great question. So, first, I'll let you know that starting tomorrow, I'm going to be on a flight heading down to Puerto Rico. Every year, the day after Election Day, there's a big New York political conference that takes place in Puerto Rico. It has the governor, attorney general, every single elected official that you can imagine. And the big talking or the big discussion that's really going to occur during this next week is going to be who's going to be the next city council speaker. And the favorite, I will tell you right now, because of Mamdani's victory, is going to be Council Member Julie Menin, who is more of a moderate. So you're going to see the county parties. You're also going to see a lot of the labor unions. You're going to see a number of these other really politically powerful individuals within New York City that's going to be backing her to have a check against Mamdani.
Yeah.
Now let's go about the policy. So let's talk about fast free buses. So when he was state assembly member, he was able to get one free bus in each borough that lasted about a year, and now he's going to be wanting to do it for permanent reasons. Now, that likely will get done. All right, you will likely see at least one bus. No, they won't be. It's New York City. Regular traffic. I know they already passed congested pricing, everything else. No, there's not going to be. We know how the city operates, right? Now, let's talk about the grocery stores. Look.
Oh, sorry. Hold that note because Cuomo is giving his concession speech, so we're going to tune into that.
Mariah, Cara, Michaela. I want to thank our campaign chairman, Bill Mulrow, our great campaign manager, Greg Goldner. I want to thank Mayor Adams, who stepped out of the race to make us more competitive, and that was a very gracious thing to do. I want to thank Mayor Bloomberg, who gave us his support, Governor David Patterson, all the unions, and I am blessed. I am blessed to have the people in this room. You have been a phenomenal team, great friends. You are superstars. Even more, you are New York patriots, and I am proud of you. This campaign was the right fight to wage. And I am proud of what we did and what we did together. This campaign was to contest the philosophies that are shaping the Democratic Party, the future of this city, and the future of this country. And this coalition transcended normal partisan politics. It brought together Democrats and Republicans and independents, joined by the simple fact that their first allegiance is as citizens of New York City. 2 million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared enough to show up in a municipal election. And 42% voted for us on an independent line. That is the highest percentage in modern history. Ironically, it is just higher than when Mario Cuomo got 40% on an independent line against Ed Koch in 1977. It's also important to note that almost half of New Yorkers did not vote to support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met. We support an economy of jobs, of opportunity, of entrepreneurship. That's what New York is, and that's what New York must remain. We are a nation of laws, and we believe in law and order, and we need the police to keep society safe. We will not make the NYPD the enemy. We cherish our diversity, and we have no tolerance for discrimination of any kind by race, religion, sexual orientation, or creed. And we will not tolerate any behavior that fans the flames of anti-Semitism or diverse attacks.
Right, and there is Andrew Cuomo giving his concession speak, and we are expecting Mamdani to give his victory speech any moment now. But until that happens, we're going to go to Steve, because you're over at the NTD Election Hub with Kevin Hogan. Help us break down some of the numbers we've been seeing tonight.
Yeah, Tiff, there's been a lot of great discussion over at the desk talking about turnout. That could be a big deciding factor in New York City, Kevin, with record turnout taking place. We don't know about New Jersey yet, but it could have been a drag on that race for the Republican. Talk to us about the turnout you're seeing in New York.
Huge turnout in this mayoral race in New York City. I mean, you're talking about 2.3 million people. When you add all this up, assuming that an estimate is accurate, about the 90% votes in, which is pretty close to being accurate, and we'll find out post-mortem. But this is a really crazy race, because you go back 4 years. I mean, you're talking 1.1 million. I mean, you're double what that was when Eric Adams and Curtis Leawood duked it out. Now, it's not quite as much as the 2024 presidential election. Across the 5 boroughs, you got 2.7 million. So it was a little less than that, but still, I mean, this is double the last.
And not apples for apples either.
No, it's not. Right, exactly. And I can tell you, there's a reason why Mamdani won. You know what that is? That's Brooklyn. It's the young voters. He's got, look at this. It's 127,000 votes that spread from Zoran Mamdani to Andrew Cuomo. That's huge, considering that the statewide margin right here, that's 177,000. So it leaves about 50,000 left. And then what does that mean? Well, if you just look at Staten Island, you come down here, again, the spoiler, Curtis Leawood, taking 31,000 votes. Because again, this is Trump country, this is Leawood country. You know that the Democrats are going to get about 22 to 28 points, and that's what happened. But then what happened? Leawood took those 30,000 votes from Cuomo. You add that up with what happened in Brooklyn, that huge shutout, I mean, that 20-point margin, and then you have a clear leader.
Well, it's certainly going to take some time to parse out all the details as to why. Perhaps we're seeing the Mamdani effect. We surely know about the Trump effect, but it also has another effect, and it sort of galvanizes the Democrats to come out and vote against him. What can you show us in New Jersey comparable to New York? Do we know what the turnout was like in that race?
Well, let's just take a look here, because I mean, you're talking, a massive turnout election right here in New Jersey. Because again, you see 1.6 million people turning out to vote for Mikey Sherrill, the Democrat. 1.29 million people, and then again, that's with 90% of the vote in. If you look back just 4 years, I mean, mean, you're seeing Phil Murphy get 1.3 million when he carried the state. Jack Ciattarelli in his second run for the governor's office, 1.2 million. So again, even without all the votes accounted for, you're still seeing Mikey Sherrill pick up big numbers. Jack Ciattarelli,
he already has more votes now than he did back in 21.
1.2 million. Well, yeah, he has just over the number of votes that he had, and then still more to count. So it's a bigger turnout election, not huge, not talking 2024 presidential, because I mean, again, you're seeing Kamala Harris pick up 2.2 million, Trump with almost 2 million. So it's not that levels, but still very high.
So certainly something to consider is the voter enthusiasm and turnout.
Yes, absolutely. That's what we're seeing here across many of these elections. When you look just next door in New York City, what do you see? Double.
And if we could take another historic look back to New York, what did you see in Staten Island?
Well, again, Staten Island, this is a
Republican country in New York City, if there is such a thing.
Well, it is, yes, because you see President Trump carried it, obviously, and then also Curtis Sliwa. But we could show you later, but Governor Cuomo, when he won as governor, he carried Staten Island. And so you see this race, it's no surprise that he was able to pick this up. It's just like I said, that spoiler, he only got 82,000 votes, which is quite a bit, but it's those 30,000 that's slowing him down, because if he was going to pick up steam, I mean, again, it's not the most populous borough, but he's going to need every vote he can get, and he didn't, which is why we have the call for Mamdani.
What about the borough that's home to Wall Street?
Yeah, so you look at Manhattan, I mean, you're seeing, it's hard to compare apples to apples because we have a Democrat running as an independent in this race, but you got a 10-point margin for Zoran Mamdani. You look back a couple years ago, I mean, that's a 66-point margin, but you don't have that independent in between.
Fascinating stuff. Kevin Hogan will be back with you shortly to check in on the data. Right now, we're going to go over to NTD's Dave Martin to talk about Proposition 50 in California, Dave. Polls are going to be closing shortly in California at 11 o'clock Eastern time, so we're just about 5-10 minutes away. Talk to us, Dave, about this proposing of redrawing their congressional districts there, and walk us through what this actually means for the state.
Yeah, basically, this is all about the balance of power in the U.S. House of Representatives. Now, California's Proposition 50 would authorize a new congressional map that would likely result in 5 more Democrats being added to the U.S. House of Representatives. That's based on how each district voted in the 2024 race between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Let's take a look here. Here is the current map here, how the 52 districts are mapped out. Now, each district represents a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives. Now, these ones in dark blue are districts where Kamala Harris won by big margins in the 2024 race, I think 10% or more. The light blue shaded ones are a smaller win, and then vice versa for Trump, these red ones. Dark red is where he won by big margins there. Now, here's what the new map would propose to look like here on the right, a lot more blue in here. Now, the current one right now results in 42 of the 52 seats going to Democrats. This new one then would result in 47 seats there for Democrats. Now, Governor Newsom said this redistricting plan, of course, is to counter the one in Texas right now that's expected to give Republicans 5 more seats in the House. So this is a very important thing being voted on today.
Very controversial issue. A lot of political back and forth going on here, Dave. With that said, there's also a question as to the constitutionality about the process, about how Texas went about it versus California. There are other states that are considering this. Which way might that swing?
Yeah, this has really started a whole bunch of states doing this, as you said, looking to redraw their congressional maps, or at least proposing to. Now, as we said, Texas is expected to add 5 Republican seats based on a map that was already approved here. Now, you can say ditto really for Missouri. They've approved a new map, should add 1 more Republican seat there. Ditto for Ohio. They've approved a map, should add 2 more Republican seats. North Carolina should add 1 more Republican seats based on a map that's already approved. Now, Indiana has not approved a map, but if they do, it would add 1 more Republican seat. Ditto for Florida, could add 2 more, but the map is not approved yet. Same thing in Kansas, would add 1 more Republican seat, but that has not been approved. Now, on the flip side, for Democrats, we already looked at California possibly adding 5 more seats for Democrats. Virginia could as well, too. They haven't approved this new map, but if they do, it would add 3 more Democrat seats. Maryland as well could add one more seat. This map has not been approved yet. Ditto for Utah. They could add one more seat here. Again, the map has not been approved. So a whole lot going on here.
Certainly. So, Dave, if you add up or calculate this, what looks to be a redistricting war taking place throughout our country, how does the math shake out in terms of the balance of power?
Yeah, if you add all these possibilities up, the parties that would gain, Republicans 13, could be maybe even 15 based, looking at possibly Florida could get one more, and Indiana, we don't know yet. So hypothetically, possibly a 3-seat advantage there for Republicans when this all shapes out.
And Dave, if it does continue like this, do we know when the next decision is going to be made? What state might be next?
I think the next one is going to be a vote for Virginia. It's really a 3-step process for them, so it could actually take a while. But this really is about the balance of power right now in the U.S. House of Representatives. You can see here, Republicans a 219 to 213 lead, the 218 needed for majority of those 3 seats of the vacant ones here. If the Republicans get those 3 seats advantage, it would be the 222 to 210 Republicans. But of course, it's all mixed into the 2026 midterm elections. Now, keep in mind, in 2018, during President Trump's first term, Democrats gained control of the House by flipping 40 seats there. So 40 seats, of course, would well overtake this advantage here.
Fascinating stuff. NTD's Dave Martin. Looks like advantage GOP, at least as it stands now. Thanks so much for that update. In the meantime, polls will be closing in just 5 minutes in the state of California, where Proposition 50 is on the ballot. We'll be sure to take you there. In the meantime, on your screen, you are seeing a live look at the Mamdani headquarters, where Zohran Mamdani is projected to be the next mayor of New York City, and he is slated to give his speech any moment. Stand by, and we will bring you that as soon as we come back.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
They're just young people, hungry, homeless, and vulnerable. Covenant House is helping young adults facing homelessness. We're providing safe shelter to thousands, but the need is overwhelming. Please call or go online now. With your gift of $19 a month, we'll send you this blanket as a reminder of the comfort your gift provides a young person tonight. You'll provide safe shelter, hot meals, and medical care. Call the number on your screen or go online to safeplacetosleep.org.
What if kids in America didn't have to go to bed hungry tonight? What if our moms, dads, and grandparents could put healthy food on the table every day to help us grow strong? What if all of our friends and neighbors had fresh food too, and there was no hunger at all in America? And what if there was a way today for you to help? Call now or go online to helpfeedingamerica.org and give $19 a month, just 63 cents a day. So many of us don't have enough food to eat, but your monthly gift means families across the country and in your community can fill plates with food. Kids can get healthy meals year-round, even when school's out, and our neighbors can have fresh food. Food that moms, dads, entire families need to thrive. But right now, more people are facing hunger. Feeding America works from coast to coast with partner food banks, food pantries, and meal programs. It takes all of us to make that happen. Will you help too? Please call the number on your screen or go online to helpfeedingamerica.org and give just $19 a month, and we'll send you this free canvas grocery bag. It's our way of saying thank you for helping to end hunger for our neighbors. Because no kid, no mom or dad, nobody should go hungry in America. Nobody. So what if today was the day you could help nourish futures for our friends, our families, for all of us? Ending hunger is possible. What if we end it together? Call or give online today at helpfeedingamerica.org and your gift can be doubled. Thank you.
Face you. Watch everything be not okay. My name is Tiffany Meier, and I host NTD's China in Focus and our evening news. I think one of the parts that drives me to work here, despite the difficulties, is I realize through my own process the importance of information. Most of the legacy media here, they get a ton of money from China. And what happens is you get these paid inserts or advertisements that look like news articles, but if you really look into it, it's like, wait, this is a paid insert. So then what you see is these main media that's supposed to be independent is actually also telling or pushing the Communist Party's line from China. And I was like, well, what is that doing to America's national security? And if you're just a regular person, right, you're like, oh, maybe that's far away from me. But then what we notice, especially with once the pandemic hit, right, it's like what happens in China does actually impact you here. We had a viewer who was in Wuhan at the time visiting family and was watching our coverage, probably with a VPN. They were somehow watching our coverage, so this is China in Focus. And because of our coverage, they realized that, oh, a lockdown could be coming. And they changed their flight. So they left earlier than they would have. And the day after their earlier flight, Wuhan went under lockdown. And so they reached out to us and were like, thank you so much for saving our life. Otherwise, they could have still been in a lockdown. We saw news of the draconian lockdowns, or almost 3 years later, they were still under lockdown. And that really reinforced for us, at least here at China Focus, like, oh, our work actually does have a direct impact on people. And that's why there is that need for this news and this information where it can literally save people's lives and helping them make those decisions. So that was extremely encouraging for us.
And you're looking live at the headquarters of New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. He's expected to speak any moment. You're watching NTD's special live coverage of Election Night 2025.
And if you're just tuning in, polls have closed in New York, New Jersey, and Virginia, where we're tracking tonight's key races.
And polls also closing in California in just moments ago. Voters in the Golden State are deciding on Proposition 50, a pro-Democrat redistricting plan.
And it does look like polls have just closed in California. While we wait for those results, though, let's revisit the key races from earlier tonight. We have in New York City the mayoral race. The winner there is Democrat Socialist Zohran Mamdani. In Virginia, of course, in New Jersey's governor race, the projected winner, also Democrat, Mikey Sherrill, winning in the state of New Jersey. Over in Virginia, the governor's race there, also the Democrat winning, Abigail Spanberger, that's for the governor. The lieutenant governor race in Virginia is Ghazala Hashmi, also the Democrat in that state. And also in Virginia, in the Attorney General's race, the winner there is Jay Jones. Again, that's for Attorney General in Virginia.
And right now, standing by for us in West Virginia is NTD's Jack Bradley at the Meier campaign watch party. Jack, looks pretty quiet.
It sure does. Yeah, this just wrapped up here right a few minutes ago. Incumbent Attorney General, the Republican Jason Meier, has just conceded to his opponent, Jay Jones. This was the closest race in Virginia. Meier has touted his successes over the past 4 years of cracking down on crime, fighting fentanyl, and also congratulating his opponent, Jay Jones, on his victory. The crowd here, much to say, was shocked. Take a look.
It was a hard-fought race, and I think at the end of the day, the Virginia voters, they've spoken. This was a race about decency. The whole country was watching. London was watching. Peru, big countries across the world were watching, and this was a test for Virginia. As the Attorney General said, the pendulum shifts. And we pray, we hope that the new Attorney General has peace and strength in his heart, and he runs a tough ship up there and keeps Virginians safe. I think at the end of the day, we're going to learn a lesson here that the vote is extremely relevant in these types of races.
And so Democrats are winning up and down the ticket here. Virginia Governor Democrat Abigail Spanberger taking the head there back for Democrats. She beat out her Republican challenger, Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears. Virginia has for decades voted for a governor of the opposite party from the president 1 year after the presidential election. Spanberger is a 3-term congresswoman and former CIA officer. She ran on anti-DOGE, anti-tariff, and on the economy. Take a look.
To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor.
In the lieutenant governor's race, Democrat Ghazala Hashmi overtakes John Reed, the Republican candidate. And so we saw Democrats up and down the ticket winning here. This comes right after Friday when the Virginia Senate voted to advance an issue that would redraw congressional districts. Now, this passed on party lines, and it was in support from Democrats, from Republicans. This comes after a wave of redistricting fights with different parties seeking to reclaim congressional districts. Now, if this goes before voters next year, we could see that happen. And so as this closed out, we definitely saw a lot of surprise here at the Meier event. Back to you guys.
NTD's Jack Bradley live there from West Virginia. Thanks so much, Jack. And we're back here at the desk joined by James Lindsay, founder of New Discourses, and Democratic strategist David Carlucci, as well as Amber Duke, senior editor at the Daily Caller, and Democratic strategist Denny Salas. David, let's start with you. President Trump got 40% of the vote in California last year. California's redistricting would reduce Republican representatives in that state to just 4 out of 52. Do you think that this is perhaps underrepresentation?
Oh, it's a big problem. And the only reason why this is happening is because President Donald Trump went to states, Republican states,
and
asked for them to do mid-cycle redistricting. This is an absolute race to the bottom. The governor of California, Gavin Newsom, has acknowledged that because he supports independent redistricting. They had to undo the independent redistricting they had in order to meet that muster of fight fire with fire. And you look at these states across the country, and it's usually Democratic-run states that have decided to do independent redistricting to make it more fair, to try to push back against gerrymandered districts where politicians are electing the people or picking the people instead of people picking their politicians. And that's unfortunate. So this is an absolute race to the bottom. You talked about Trump's 40% or so vote in California. And I think the lessons here in this election is that when Trump's not on the ballot, he is not, it's able to run against him, right? He's not more people aren't coming to the Republican side. We see that in these elections. And I think that's a lesson heading into the midterms that Republicans need to take notice of. That, look, you got to form some daylight between you and the president. Congress especially has ceded so much power to this president that people got to scratch their heads and say, why are we electing these members of Congress if they're not going to do anything to disagree with the president and fight for our own issues in our representative districts?
Amber, I want to bring you into this conversation about redistricting as we wait for Mamdani to speak right there. We have seen Republican states like Texas, North Carolina, and Missouri so far have redrawn their districts that will give Republicans a combined 7-seat advantage in the House elections next year. Have Republicans asked for this redistricting fight, though?
Well, I think what's important to contextualize here is that the Census Bureau admitted that the 2020 census actually did undercount in a lot of red states and overcounted in a lot of blue states. There's also this fight over whether or not the congressional district should be drawn, including counts of illegal aliens. This is why Trump has called for the Census Bureau to do a mid-decade census. And I would.
I think so. I didn't know that. There's going to be a mid-cycle census?
That's what Trump has asked for,
No,
yes.
he's asked for redistricting in the districts without a new census.
No, he's also asked for a new census.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
It's 100% true. I mean, anyone can fact check me on the panel. But yes, he has called for a new census.
And when is that going to be done?
He wants it to be done at the halfway point.
So he has called for that, and the administration has been looking into potentially doing that. But also, I mean, let's be honest, this is not a new issue. Democrats have been gerrymandering for decades. I mean, the state that the Texas representatives fled to was one of the most gerrymandered states in the country, Illinois.
Well, no, because it's just the states that actually have independent redistricting are Democratic states. And I've heard that talking point a lot. They use it on New York, which is just factually incorrect. And that's where I was just surprised.
I guess Maryland's fine too.
Well, the president would be so overt in going to these states and asking them, that's never been done, asking them to gerrymander the states in favor of Republicans.
Yeah.
And so he's created this race to the bottom. It is a race to the bottom. I agree. Gerrymandering should stop. It's a problem. It makes these districts unrepresentative of the people that actually live there. It's a problem. It's a race to the bottom. President Trump started it. He could end it.
That's the point. He didn't start it. This
He
been,
didn't? Well,
have you ever seen Maryland?
Well, you're talking about the Republicans do this so bad. What about this? The
You're
Voting
saying
Rights Act of
that, but you're saying
1965?
that Democrats should fight fire with fire, but that's precisely what Trump is asking Republicans to do, to fight fire with fire for decades of Democratic gerrymandering. It didn't start yesterday.
So Amber wanted to throw in Maryland. I want to throw in Massachusetts. Denny, who are you going to throw in?
Look, I wasn't going to throw in any specific states. I was just going to, add to this discussion that there's 2 points to consider on this one. One, the Constitution does not distinguish whether you count either an illegal alien or illegal immigrant or a resident of the United States. You just count heads. That's literally what the Constitution basically states. The second point on this is that this, I would say, devolution when it comes to redistricting and all the issues that you see with these like heavily gerrymandered areas, I believe it is a direct consequence from the Supreme Court stripping down the Voting Rights Act of 1960s, 67 or whatever. Yeah, thank you. So that's what I believe is that you're seeing. It started way before Trump. All right, we started seeing the Supreme Court chip away the Voting Rights Act like 10 years ago. So we know that it stems from that. So that's what we're watching and what we're seeing. So now what the Democrats are doing, yes, they are reacting to what Republicans are currently doing, but they're doing it because the Supreme Court said it's okay.
And James, given that this is being described as a race to the bottom, what would be the solution here? What's the way out?
That's a fantastic question. The ultimate problem here, and you can hear it even on the panel, is what's driving American politics is this absolute death match of polarization. It is the way out is actually to get Democrats and Republicans to start talking to each other again and not believing that the election of the other is the end of the republic, which there are good reasons that people believe it might be. So this friend-enemy distinction defining politics, which has characterized fascist regimes and communist regimes throughout the world, is being increasingly adopted under what seems to be high political stakes in the U.S. And the way out is that we have to say that we're all American together first, and let's work together to actually solve problems.
100% agree with that.
And Denny, I mean, Prop 50, it's going to give Democrats in California a short-term advantage. But do you think that this best serves the interests of Californians?
No, of course not. Because if you're going to see this lopsided representation, that means that any policy that gets passed, either at the federal level or any sort of policy that they advocate for as a representative with those particular districts, are going to be heavily skewed towards one end of the political spectrum. That's not necessarily going to serve, like you mentioned, over 40% of the Californians that voted for Trump. So no one's going to be happy there. And that's like what you just mentioned. That's not putting viewing ourselves, as you mentioned, as Americans. And I think that's what's hurting us in the long run. I absolutely agree, where you stated that we have gotten into this political death match, that now we're just fighting each other, making sure that we view ourselves first as a political party versus Americans. And that's been this long-term devolution towards this balkanization of our viewpoints based on our political parties, but also on what we consume when it comes to news and everything else like that. And I just think it's sad. It's not what we are.
I would argue on that redistricting part, part of the reason why Republicans control Congress today is because of independent redistricting in places like New York State. New York has independent redistricting, and we have multiple members of Congress that are Republican.
Break down for the viewers, what is independent redistricting?
Well, independent redistricting, not a perfect formula, it's not a silver bullet, but it's the attempt to get nonpartisan state legislative and congressional district lines. Right now, in most states, it's completely controlled by the legislature and the governor, depending on the state you're in. And it's a deal that's made between the legislative branches to try to protect incumbents many times. And that's where gerrymandering comes from. You mentioned Massachusetts. It's named after the former governor of Massachusetts. In the 1812 census, the Boston newspaper said, hey, this district looks like a salamander. It's stretching from Boston, from Cambridge out to the suburbs. Jerry Albridge, the governor at the time, later became vice president of the United States, he signed that redistricting and they coined it gerrymandering. And that's where it comes from, 1812. So we've had this practice for a long time. And there's no silver bullet that will solve it. And New York's independent redistricting is flawed, has been flawed, but it's a step in that direction. So that's the problem and the beef I have with Donald Trump many times. He points out these problems, but he doesn't talk about fixing them. He just casts blame and says, well, you were bad, or a Democrat was bad at some time, so we can do it. And I think that's wrong. And I think it's wrong for Democrats to do it. It's wrong for Republicans to do it. I want politicians that are talking about solving the problems and not just passing the blame. And that's what this commander-in-chief has really specialized in.
And 15 minutes after the polls closed in California on the issue of redistricting, we do have a projection for you. The state of California has passed Proposition 50 in a pretty overwhelming fashion. There you see 63% saying yes and 36 saying no. That's with 30% of the tally in right now. California Proposition 50 has passed, adding likely 5 more Democratic representatives. And so with that said, let's bring it back. Amber, your hot take off of...
Well, not surprising, I don't think. And, I love the idea of going kumbaya in America. I would love for us all to talk more to each other. Look, I host shows on a weekly basis where I am talking to people on the other side of the aisle, and I'm a huge proponent of civil discourse. What worries me is that tonight we had an individual who called for the murder of his political opponent and his children elected to be the top cop in Virginia. And not only that, but 91% of Democrats said that his comments were not disqualifying. So I just don't know how we move forward as a country when something that would have been roundly condemned and would have had the party machine calling for this guy to drop out, maybe even just 10 years ago, was completely a non-issue in the race. I mean, yes, his margin was smaller than Spanberger, but he still won pretty handily.
On that note, James, how do you see that playing out? Is it that each side is going to get more polarized to feed into, say, echo chambers, the loudest voices of each side's base? Or is there a path towards more moderation and common sense, or however you want to describe more pragmatical, I think David called himself earlier?
Yeah, there's a split happening, actually. I think the American people are getting more and more frustrated with the fact of the polarization, but they're also clinging more and more hard to the polarization. I called it the friend-enemy distinction earlier. That comes from a philosopher named Carl Schmitt, who worked for Adolf Hitler in the German Nazi regime, but he coined the term. The idea is that politics is actually best summarized by a war of contending factions that are in mutual enmity with the possible annihilation as the consequence. And the more these kinds of things happen, the problem is that this thinking is contagious. Right. So why did so many Democrats defend Jay Jones in his statements? Because they're so desperate for the Democrats to win that they're willing to let this slide. Why are so many Republicans letting so many radical things slide on their side right now, which some of them are really horrifying? It's because they're so desperate for their side to not lose or to win that they're willing to let these things slide. The only way for this to be able to be stepped away from is if basically both sides are willing to sit down and say they're willing to put down their guns. But the problem is Whoever decides, it's the prisoner's dilemma from game theory. Whoever decides to put down their gun when the other guy doesn't loses everything. And so the incentive structures are all really bad. What I anticipate is that the polarization is going to get worse, that people are going to get more and more frustrated with it, but more and more stuck on it, and we're going to have this more and more schizophrenic politics going forward.
On that note, Mamdani is taking the stage now, so we're going to tune into his victory speech in New York.
These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. We have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name. Only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. By the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Wesley, an 1199 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night, a New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX-33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of Seattle, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them. And it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day. Volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Theodore LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. Taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant. You will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and together, New York, we're going to deliver universal. Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
And there you have it, Zohran Mamdani, self-described Democratic Socialist, giving his victory speech in Brooklyn, New York. And we're going to bring it in studio here at the desk. We're joined once more by James Lindsay, founder of New Discourses, and Democratic strategist Madeline Somerville. We also have with us Kerry Smith, host of NTD Programs, as well as Democratic strategist David Carlucci. Well, what a speech. David, I want to start with you because, you know, some of the lines maybe sounded a bit familiar. What did you make of the speech?
Oh, well, it's interesting. We were talking a lot of like Obama-esque, but also in there a lot of historical context, talking about Eugene Debs, who was a mayor, a presidential candidate, ran 4 times, actually ran for president while serving in prison. But actually, you look back, he actually got a substantial amount of the vote in about the 19-teens, that was the time when he ran. But anyway, so that was interesting. He even quoted Mario Cuomo at the end, but didn't name him, which I was surprised. So it was to be expected. I think one of the things that I always say to candidates is what Zohran did very well was at the end, we might not have agreed with the platform, but we knew what the platform was. You know, how many times do you meet a candidate and you say, why are you running? And they start to tell you their bio and how they served in the Peace Corps and they did great things. You're like, that's great. What are you going to do for me? And that's often lost. If you can get people to start reciting your platform, you've won. See it time and time again. If you're running for town clerk or for governor, if they know your message, it kind of reminds me of like build the wall, right? Free buses. It's gonna be tough to do, but we like the idea.
And on that note, James, part of his speech, he says, this win was a mandate for a new kind of politics. What is this new kind of politics? What does this look like?
It's whatever the words democratic socialist mean. So maybe everybody should start doing some homework and looking up the Democratic Socialists of America and what the Democratic Socialists of America stand for, which is not what's happening in Norway. They might want to look up, just there were different references and teaching seminars for Vladimir Lenin. So maybe read some Vladimir Lenin. So for me, I felt like that was a speech cribbed from a mixture of Obama and Lenin, having the historical context. That would have been one of the key remarks that I would have brought up. It's a new kind of politics. It's kind of funny, at one point he said, our struggle, or your struggle is our struggle, or something like that, which is like literally what I titled the fake academic paper I wrote, where I rewrote a chapter of Mein Kampf as feminism. And so I think these politics are going to be exciting for the city. And I think people might want to start looking into what Democratic Socialists of America, not democratic socialism in the abstract, but DSA, what do they stand for?
And to that point, is this the type of enthusiasm, we saw a lot of it there, that the Democrats want? I'd like to play a clip from Andrew Cuomo earlier today talking about a civil war happening within the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think what you're seeing is a civil war in the Democratic Party that has been brewing for a while. You have an extreme radical left that is run by the socialists that is challenging what they would call moderate Democrats.
So on the surface, as James said, Madeline, we heard a lot of talk about fighting for the American worker, wanting to be that shining city for everyone. A lot of enthusiasm behind his message, but is this where the Democrats want to be going forward?
I think that New York is its own thing. I think that the voters in New York are brave. They are able to take risks. And I think they understand that they set a precedence for the rest of the country. But I don't think that I don't think this could happen in any other state, honestly. I really don't. As it pertains to Cuomo, I thought it was interesting when he said this race transcended politics, and New Yorkers' first allegiance was to New York. I loved that. I thought that was great, because that's a winning message, right? Because that's what unifies people. People are truly so tired of being divided. We are so tired of it. And at the end of the day, we just want to get it right, as it pertains to moving forward. So if Republicans continue to frame what Zohran Mamdani does as, anti-capitalist, the assumption behind that is that there's a nefarious intention, right? That he's actually somebody that he's not, that he's faking it, that he's pushing for an agenda that he hasn't described, and that isn't the truth. The Democrats see him as pro-human rights, right? And the person who's going to finally be brave enough, that's not just Bernie Sanders, to say, we are the richest country in the world and we should have healthcare for people, and people don't need to prove their worth in order to have the basic necessities of life. And so I wish that we could get to the fundamentals. I wish that we could talk about those things instead of as Zohran Mamdani just said, having the people who make $20 an hour fight with people who make $30 an hour, right? That's silly. The people at the top are forcing us to fight each other, and it's not the place that the fight should happen.
And Carrie, as a former Democrat yourself and host of a podcast, Deprogrammed, talk to us about some of the things that you're hearing that Madeline pointed out that are very appealing to folks, and perhaps certain things that you might caution those who are compelled to believe it.
Well, Madeline and I were just speaking backstage, and we agree on a lot of things, but this is something that we wildly disagree on. I find Mamdani terrifying. When you said you don't think this would work in other states, I hope you're right. Honestly, because look, I know it's appealing. People are struggling to make ends meet, and it's very appealing to have someone come along and say, we're going to make everything free. But nothing is free. Somebody's going to pay for it, or you're going to pay for it down the line, or your children are going to pay for it. And so unfortunately in this country, and partially because of the state of public education, we don't know a lot of examples of socialism in other countries and in history. We should learn a lot more about this in schools. But what he's talking about has been tried time and time again, and I think history bears out that it leads to the opposite than intended effects. Like, it does not lead to a lower cost of living. It's going to lead to shortages. It's going to lead to landlords who are not able to maintain their apartments. It's going to lead to empty apartments, more expensive apartments. That's. I'm looking at this as, this would be a nightmare. I don't want this in Texas. So,
James, what do you see as the effect on, say, Wall Street in New York, financial capital, if you will, of the states, but also on Madeline's point, is socialism, human rights?
Well, the effect on things like Wall Street, I think, earlier in the evening we discussed those. I think people are going to leave. Money's going to leave. It's just take the example of landlords with the rent freezes as an example. So you freeze the rent. The landlord has some margin. He's making some profit. That's why he's doing it. That's his living. You cut into that. You make that small enough or negative, and he's out of the game. Either he can make better money doing something different, or he's losing money, so he's going to leave the game. So what's going to happen? Well, the state's going to have to pick that up. Somebody else is going to pick it up and run it at a lower level. But that guy left. That's the story. The landlord was like, I'm making money doing this. I'm not making a ton, but I have a living, and now I'm out. And these guys at the top, Miami's got a booming sector. Texas is blowing up in different places. These people are going to leave. They're going to come to my state. I don't want a bunch of New Yorkers coming back to Tennessee. I've had enough of you guys. You're messing up my state. But they're going to leave because that's what they're going to do. As far as human rights, we have this debate we all need to have about what constitutes a right. Is a right something that you have that's like your right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness or property, the ability to own and exclude from property that we've been granted by God? Or is it something that somebody else has to do in order to provide a service for you, like health care or provide you with food? If somebody else has to do it, somebody has to pay for it, because as Carrie said, nothing's free. So who's going to have to pay for it? Is it the collective? How do you incentivize people to provide that for people? Is it supposed to be out of goodwill? Do they get something in return? This is the intrinsic problem. What free enterprise solves, that socialism cannot solve, is how do you make people care about the problems of people they don't care about?
Yep.
And when you can make a profit by solving somebody else's problem, you've incentivized them to solve somebody else's problem, even if you don't care about that person. What socialism says is, no, you have to care. We all have to care.
David, we're just getting word the first shot across the bow has been fired. President Trump truthing one simple phrase, so it begins. Where do we go from here?
Well, first, I just want to push back on this notion that everyone's going to leave New York. Look, we are in New York City right now, right? And if you have the opportunity, you walk around, you see this is a lively place, particularly in Manhattan. In fact, more billionaires in this city than any place on the face of the planet. And I'm 44 and a half years old. I've heard this story my whole life. People are going to leave. They're leaving. Well, you know what? In New York, they're actually coming here, and we're building more and more enterprise every day. In fact, New York City is one of the faster growing places in this country, comparing it to the rest of the country.
I have to push back.
Please.
It is not a pleasant place. And all of us are leaving tomorrow. Every one of us is leaving tomorrow.
I hear this, but yet your business is here.
I love this city.
What? Yeah, what's wrong?
I've been coming.
Wrong?
So on my way here yesterday, there was somebody who I thought was dead on the street, face down in a pool of drool, so much so that he was lifeless, and I had to walk back 15 minutes later to check on his situation because I just felt horrible, taken away in an ambulance. 15 minutes later on the same block, somebody else lifeless, ironically right in front of the early voting polling booth. I'm not making any of this up. There's a huge problem here. It's like an apocalypse.
Okay. Wait, an apocalypse? Do you get paid to work here? Is this your job? They chose to be here in New York City. And that's the point I'm making. We can take a camera lens and focus in any part of the city. That same situation, probably maybe a drug problem, in many cases, that's happening all across this country. And so we can point out these scenarios, but I think that's overblown. in many cases. The hysteria about New York City. I'm here walking around New York City all the time. And are there problems? Are there places I would avoid? Yeah, that's common sense. But to act
has it
like
got worse?
No, it hasn't. Look, I grew up here and I've seen, I could tell you about bad times, and I think we've lost that idea. So yes, we can always point and focus, but I could take you through many cities in this country where you would feel far less safe walking around by yourself than you do in New York City. And I just want to bring up that point that there's some reason, I can't speak to it because I'm not a billionaire, at least not yet. Like, what time is it? But I can't speak to billionaires, but they're deciding to stay here.
We're running out of time. Kerry wants to say one thing
about the homeless person or whatever. Zoran Mandami wasn't mayor yet, and that problem was here.
So you said that you can see this in any part of the country. Let me use Texas as an example. You will see it in Austin. Austin has been transformed after the lockdowns, and to your point, if you went down Congress, you would see people passed out in front of Black Lives Matter signs and boarded up businesses because of COVID policy. So I don't see it. I see it in these Democratic strongholds. And the other thing is, you said you can point a camera at any, go and find it and sort of cherry pick this information. My Uber driver today, he is a legal immigrant from Peru. I asked him, I was just curious, what do you think about the election? He said he's voting for Sliwa. And if Mandami wins, he's already started making preparations to move his family out of New York City. Now, that's just an anecdotal piece of evidence, but I didn't go and cherry pick him and find him. So I thought that was.
But we can go and interview people and talk to them, and let's talk to the billionaires that are here. There happens to be more here than any other city on the face of the planet. So I'm just pointing to that. And back to what we talked about before. Empire state, that's what we call it for a reason. And what Madeline was saying about, yes, we have the ability to experiment and grapple with these issues. How do we do them? Have we solved this problem of homelessness, of drug problems, of mental health? No, we haven't. So we have to keep working towards a solution, figure out what works, instead of just, sweeping it under the carpet and moving on. That's the responsibility for New York. They've done it before. And that's what we need to continue to do, to think outside the box, come up with some new solutions, to create it here and emulate it around the country and around the world.
Do you think free buses are going to create a disincentive for homelessness?
I don't know how it relates to homelessness, buses, but I think fighting the cost to get to work is what Mandami is talking about. Just like the idea of building a wall. Right? Is this physical wall the thing that it's speaking to that issue, and that's what Mandami is doing. I don't agree with everything that Mandami is talking about, but what I'm trying to do is defend this city and the people that represent it, and not give in to this hysteria when we're all sitting here in New York City right now talking as if it's some war zone.
And when I made the example earlier of seeing that person, I don't look at them as a homeless person. I look at them as Americans, and I've been coming here for over 2 decades, and I've never seen anything in terms of, the drug abuse and mental health crisis on the streets of New York.
I think
that's a real shame.
I think the only way that we are going to be able to deal with this problem as a society, is if we decide to finally make a call on whether or not we should have to care about other people. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is about. Should I have to dedicate resources to somebody who's not in my family? Should I feel guilty walking by someone who doesn't have what I have?
No, Matt, we all care about this issue. It's a matter of, is it the responsibility of the government, or is it a responsibility of the family and the church? We view it in Austin, one quick example, there is an organization called Community First, and they are doing a lot about the homelessness problem. They are a privately funded Christian organization. It's not coming from the government. So I think it's just we differ on how to address it.
Unfortunately, we do have to end it here. This has been an excellent panel. Greatly appreciate all of you for joining. That does wrap up NTD's special coverage of election 2025. It's just the beginning for election season as we head into the 2026 midterm.
And we will continue to keep you updated on the results through our daily programming tomorrow. So be sure to watch NTD Good Morning for further updates. That starts at 7 a.m. Eastern Time right here on NTD.
We're going to leave you with tonight's winner cards. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. And remember to always seek the truth.